Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, I'll bring a speaker's ruling. Last Tuesday, after my ruling on a point of privilege, the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party rose on a point of order. He stated that it's very challenging to bring forward a report from a committee if the criticism or the trouble the opposition has is with the majority government members that make up the committee. He complained that the government members will vote down a motion to report on their own actions. This is simply a byproduct of our system of majority rule and the current composition of committees in this House, which leads to a majority of government members on the committees. When there is a minority government, it is common to have 6 of the 9 committee members being opposition members, leading to a different outcome. Consequently, there is no point of order, only a point of difficulty. We'll now move on with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition whose operative clause states, "We, the people of Nova Scotia, request the Government of Nova Scotia to replace the CEO of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. We request you to address the problems in our healthcare system which have led to a lack of nurses, family physicians and specialists across the province of Nova Scotia. The lack of healthcare professionals has created unsafe conditions in our hospitals and in our communities. Someone must be held accountable." There are 554 signatures, and I have affixed my name to the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition is tabled. We'll now move on to presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day. I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Bernard Blinkhorn of Sydney Mines was an accomplished horseshoe player, inspired to excel in horseshoes by his late father, Kevin, and competed at a high level across the Maritimes during the 1970s and the 80s. And whereas Bernard at one time was the Nova Scotia Maritime Single Champion, won the Maritime Double A Championship 3 years in a row with his brother Robbie. And in 1986, he was awarded with the A Division highest average in the playoffs of 52% by the City of the Lakes Horseshoe Pitchers Association in Dartmouth. And whereas Bernard died in 2015, survived by his 2 loving daughters, Courtney and Gillian, and his loving family. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Bernard Blinkhorn for posthumously being inducted into the Northside Sports Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day. I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. The Atlantic Agriculture Hall of Fame honors members of the agriculture community for outstanding contribution to the industry, community and farm organizations. Whereas the late David Coombs, former manager of the Hants County Exhibition at Atlantic Winter Fair, is a 2018 Nova Scotia inductee into the Atlantic Agriculture Hall of Fame. Mr. Coombs, a local icon in Windsor, who recently celebrated his 53 years in the local exhibition, will be remembered by bringing the Du Maurier Cup International Show jumping to Halifax, for being named the Fair Manager of the Year and being inducted into the Canadian Association of Fairs and Exhibitions Roll of Honour. Therefore, be resolved, all members of this House of Assembly congratulate the Atlantic Hall of Fame, who will be celebrating the 50th anniversary this year, and recognize David Coombs, who will be honoured on the Atlantic Hall of Fame for his outstanding contribution to Nova Scotia agriculture industry, and that's posthumously.
Does the Honourable Minister have a request for waiver? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Yes, sorry about that. They asked to Unanimous waiver notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction first.
Permission granted.
Joining us today in the gallery are leaders of the Lebanese faith community, cultural and business organizations, and I would ask each of them to rise and remain standing until I call their names. Monsignor Pierre Azzi, Vicar General of the Maronite Eparchy of Canada, Monsignor Joseph Salami, Zachour Faddoul, Maroon Haj, George Samara, Abraham Saloom, Tony Nahas, Michael Kabalan, Zaina Faddoul, and Anthony Zibara. I ask members of the House of Assembly to please give them the warm welcome of the House.
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm making history today in our legislature in that I will be reading my government notice of motion first in the Arabic language, followed by the English language. بموجب هذه الوثيقة أعلم أنه في يوم لاحق سأقوم بنقل القرار التالي. وحيث أن الجالية اللبنانية في نوفا سكوشا قد قدمت مساهمات كبيرة في مجتمعات نوفا سكوشا والاقتصاد والتنوع الثقافي، فهي مثال ممتاز لكيفية مساهمة المهاجرين وعائلاتهم في بناء المجتمع والاقتصاد المحلي بالإيمان والثقافة. وحيث تنمو الإيمان اللبناني والثقافة ومجتمع الأعمال في نوفا سكوشا بكنيسة سيدة لبنان الكاثوليكية المارونية وكنيسة مار أنطونيوس الأرثوذكسية، الجمعية اللبنانية الكندية ونادي الاتحاد الديماني، التي تتوسع إلى مباني أكبر، وأيضا الغرفة التجارة اللبنانية في نوفا سكوشا تحتفل بالذكرى 80 و45 و15 على التوالي. وحيث أن رئيس الوزراء سيعلن تشرين الثاني 2018 كأول شهر للتراث اللبناني في نوفا سكوشا فرصة لتكريم واحترام المجتمع والثقافة اللبنانية النابضة بحياة في منطقتنا، وتثقيف جميع المواطنين حول الكنديين اللبنانيين ودورهم المستمر في المساعدة على التوسع والتجديد في جميع أنحاء نوفا سكوشا. لذلك قد قررت أن ينضم جميع أعضاء مجلس النواب في تهنئة المجتمع اللبناني في نوفا سكوشا من خلال الاعتراف بالمساهمات القيمية التي قدموها في النسيج الاجتماعي والاقتصادي والسياسي والثقافي في مقاطعتنا ونتمنى لهم النجاح المستمر على مدى الأجيال القادمة. سيد الرئيس، أطلب التنازل عن الإشعار والمرور دون نقاش. In the English language, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia's Lebanese community has made great contributions to Nova Scotia communities, economy and cultural diversity, serving as an excellent example of how immigrants and their families can contribute to community building and the local economy with faith and culture. And whereas Nova Scotia's Lebanese faith, cultural and business communities are growing, with Our Lady of Lebanon Maronite Catholic Parish and St. Antonius Antiochian Orthodox Church both expanding to larger facilities, and the Canadian Lebanon Society, the Imam Association Canada, Lebanese Chamber of Commerce in Nova Scotia, celebrating their 80th, 45th and 15th year anniversaries respectively. And whereas the Premier will proclaim November 2018 as Nova Scotia's first annual Lebanese Heritage Month, an opportunity to honor and celebrate our province's vibrant Lebanese community and culture and educate all citizens about Lebanese Canadians and their continuing role in helping to foster growth, prosperity and innovation through Nova Scotia. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating the Lebanese community in Nova Scotia by recognizing the meaningful contributions they have made to our province's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric, and wish them continued success throughout generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waivers. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, and mine will just be in English, thank you. It'll be good. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas 2018 is the 20th anniversary of the Mobius Awards of Environmental Excellence, which recognizes leaders in recycling and waste diversion across the province, and whereas this year organizations including G-Man Waste Removal of Millbrook, IKEA Halifax, Yak Crow Social Enterprise of Yarmouth, D&D 14 Wing Greenwood, and Oberland Agriscience of Halifax have been recognized with Mobus Awards. And whereas Kate Pepler of Halifax has been recognized as an emerging environmental leader, and Garrett Sweeney of Cape Horseshoe has been entered into the Mobus Awards Hall of Fame, therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate the 2018 Mobus Award winners for their innovation and leadership in recycling and waste diversion. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Scott Feener has served the town of Bridgewater and the community as their acting police chief for more than a year, and whereas Scott has demonstrated strength and leadership from almost 30 years of policing with the Metropolitan Toronto Police Service, the Bridgewater Police Service, and Criminal Intelligence Services of Nova Scotia, and whereas Scott was sworn in as Chief of Police for the Bridgewater Police Service during a ceremony held at Town Council on October the 4th. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this legislature join me in congratulating Chief Feener on his appointment and for his continued commitment to policing, public safety, and service to the citizens of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give a notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas October is Canada's Healthy Workplace Month, a time to increase awareness of the need for a comprehensive approach to workplace health that includes healthy lifestyles, workplace culture, and mental health, physical environment, corporate social responsibility. And whereas the month provides an opportunity for us to reaffirm our shared commitment to help organizations create healthy workplaces with benefits for both employer and employee. And whereas it is my hope that by promoting and celebrating healthy workplaces this month and throughout the year, we can help Nova Scotians improve their physical and mental well-being and make workplace health a priority each and every day. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House applaud the tremendous efforts of the Nova Scotia employers and employees who build and create healthy workplaces and encourage all Nova Scotians to help make and keep their workplaces healthy. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act.
Bill number 82, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the gallery opposite today, we have a gentleman by the name of David Johnson, a constituent of mine who's the founder of Mind Sentinel, which is a startup mental health app that he's trying to develop. What Dave describes this app as, Mr. Speaker, is a check engine light for mental health. He was just the recent winner of the Novacore Spark competition, which allows him to further develop his app. I'd like everyone to give Dave a warm welcome, please.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is World Mental Health Day. It's a day for global mental health education, awareness, and advocacy against social stigma. This year's theme is Young People and Mental Health in a Changing World. World Mental Health Day was first celebrated in 1992 at the initiative of the World Federation for Mental Health, a global mental health organization with members and contacts in more than 150 countries. Today is an opportunity for all of us to learn more about mental illness and its impact on those we know and dearly love. It's a day to think about the supports available in Nova Scotia and how we can and should do better. I know all MLAs will join me in promoting the aims and goals of World Mental Health Day today and every day. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make introductions.
Permission granted.
I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the East Gallery, where I have a group of fine citizens from the New Germany area of my constituency. Please stand as I call your name. Bill Alexander, Mary Alexander, Nancy Vino, Pat Trebek, Del Trebek, Andre Trebek, and Nils Trebek. And my CA, Ruth Walwyn, who also assisted this committee with their planning. Mr. Speaker, on September 9th, the community of New Germany gathered to partake in the 25th anniversary celebrations of the New Germany and Area Medical Center. This medical center is particularly special because it was constructed 100% by volunteers. It was under budget, with no mortgage, and didn't receive any government funding. The celebration included live entertainment, a corn boil, displays by health professionals, and a video documentary showing the construction of the medical center. Many members of the Volunteer Planning Committee made this event a success. Nancy Vino, Terry Meisner, Greg Seelig, Bert Brendel, Del and Pat Trebek, and my constituency assistant, Ruth Walwyn. A special thank you to Bill Alexander. Bill was unable to attend the day's celebration after falling and sustaining an injury while setting up the day before the event. Bill spearheaded the planning for the day's celebrations and deserves recognition of all his efforts. Thank you, Bill, for your hard work and for being a leader in your community. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and all members of this House of Assembly please join me in congratulating the group of volunteers on the successful celebration of the 25th anniversary of the New Germany Medical Center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to recognize the outstanding not-for-profit group called the Friends of McNabb's Island Society. Kathy McCarthy and Royce Walker of the Society put in many long hours of hard work and dedication into advocating for such a treasured island. They can count on sold-out tours year after year, annual cleanups, and maintaining the beautiful gardens, structures, walkways, and paths. All of this would not be possible without the dedicated board members, community volunteers, and a passion for preservation. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking the Friends of McNabb's Island Society for their endless volunteer hours helping maintain the wonderful McNabb's Island, and a congratulations on another successful year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark World Mental Health Awareness Day. I stand as someone whose life has been profoundly impacted by the mental health struggles and triumphs of some of those nearest and dearest to me. I've watched family, friends, colleagues, and so many others struggle. A common thread of these stories has been the challenge of accessing treatment, partially due to the lack of resources, but also because mental illness is so difficult to treat, in part due to the continuing stigma surrounding mental illness. I've seen victories, loved ones taking control of their health and their lives and making the hard decisions to seek treatment and stick with it. I've also seen casualties, friends who fell through the cracks sometime long ago and never managed to find their footing. But mostly I've seen struggle, the daily grind of getting out of bed and putting one foot in front of the other, showing up for loved ones and making it work. Mr. Speaker, on this day, I invite the members of this House to do what they can to extend as much empathy and compassion as possible to those around them who may be hurting. Ask questions, listen, look closely, and be kind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to shine a light on an international hero. Nadia Murad was awarded the 2018 Nobel Peace Prize for her efforts to end the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war and armed conflict. Nadia is a Yazidi woman from Sinjar, a town in North Iraq, west of Mosul, where my father was born. On August 3, 2014, Nadia was held captive and subjected to sexual slavery by ISIS. On the same day, 6,500 captives from her community were separated from their families and 5,000 were killed, including her 6 brothers and mother. Nadia is the 17th woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize and the 2nd youngest person to ever receive this honor. Mr. Speaker, Nadia's story struck a chord with me, as many women from the minorities of North Iraq were also subjected to this sexual slavery. Mr. Speaker, would this House of Assembly join me in commending Ms. Murad for her exceptional courage in recounting her own suffering and speaking on behalf of other victims? I hope to meet her one day and invite her to this House of Assembly. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, volunteers continue to be an essential service to our province. There are many ways to volunteer. There are a few volunteer situations that are extremely demanding, sometimes dangerous. One example would be the dedication and commitment of our volunteer firefighters. They are people who often have other jobs. They often give up some of their personal time away from their families in order to train and maintain equipment. Volunteer fire departments are an essential part of our rural communities. We would be very grateful about the brave men and women who are willing to engage in life-threatening situations on our behalf. Firefighting is a tough business, and firefighters need to possess a multitude of skills and talents. I would like all members of the legislature to recognize and thank all the hard-working, well-trained firefighter personnel who take pride in their work and want to be the best at what they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate John Hillis and Hannah Minsloff, who together make up Truffaut Films. Truffaut's latest feature documentary, 6 Primrose, will premiere later this fall in Wolfville as part of Devour, the Food and Film Festival. Residents of Dartmouth, John and Hannah are dedicated to promoting the work and telling stories of people and organizations that are making positive social and cultural changes in our communities. The film 6 Primrose takes its name from the address of the Dartmouth North Community Food Centre, and the film celebrates the community spirit and the individuals that make the food centre such a vibrant and essential part of the neighbourhood of Dartmouth North. Over the last year and a half or so, I have encountered John at the food centre, shooting footage and conducting interviews to be included in this important documentary. Last fall, the community got a sneak peek, and last week, we got to see the trailer. It's all very exciting. I'd like to thank and congratulate Truffaut Films for its upcoming world premiere of 6 Primrose and encourage all members to look for a chance to see the film as soon as you can. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, natural curiosity, deep affection for your community, and a general interest in local history is a powerful combination that has led to wonderful stories and historical accounts being told in the Annapolis Valley. Conrad Davidson of Gaspereau has written hundreds of stories published by the Gaspereau Gazette each month since 2008. This is quite an achievement for anyone, but especially so considering he suffers vision loss and didn't enjoy history in his younger days. Conrad has written about everything from the history of local buildings, such as the Wolfville Food Company building, to local organizations such as the Lions Club, and anyone who hears him put a voice to written word instantly feels the energy, passion, and interest he has for the history of his community. I invite all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Conrad Davidson on helping to restore stories that otherwise may be lost or forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Beaverbank.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, in the West Gallery with us today is Kaylee Hoadley. Hi. Kaylee is a grade 12 co-op student at Millwood High School in Sackville who's actually doing her co-op hours at our office in Sackville and Beaverbank. She has 100 hours to complete between now and January, so she'll be in with us every Wednesday, trying to learn the ropes about how to be a politician, and is hoping to go on after high school next year to do a political science degree. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask all the members of the Assembly to join me today in welcoming Kaylee here to the House.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as members of this House know, September 30th was Orange Shirt Day. This is a day created to support residential school reconciliation, raise awareness of the impact of residential schools on individuals, families and communities, and to promote the concept that every child matters. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, September the 27th, Aboriginal student support worker Aidan Pickero, with the help of Aboriginal Studies class, Student Council and the administration at Millwood High School, took this opportunity to learn more through posters, presentations, and to honour residential school survivors by wearing orange shirts. I'd like to thank Mr. Pickero and all those at Millwood High School for their participation in this year's event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Divert Nova Scotia recently announced the recipients of the 2018 Mobius Awards of Environmental Excellence. These awards recognize the achievements of innovative and dedicated Nova Scotians who help make our province a leader in recycling and waste diversion. The Store Next Door, a social enterprise of Yarmouth Association for Community Residential Options, or YACRO, was selected as a Divert Nova Scotia's Community Project of the Year. I'd like to congratulate YACRO and the Store Next Door on this impressive honor and thank them for their leadership in recycling and waste diversion in our community.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the late Danny Hansen, who passed away suddenly this past July. This week at the Cape Breton Partnership's 5th Annual Economic Impact Awards, Danny was honoured with an award. Danny served as the Vice President of Sustainability with Lewisburg Seafoods and was a former municipal councillor. Each of the recipients who were business leaders who have made profound contributions to Cape Breton Island and deserve our thanks and recognition. The death of Danny, who was a good friend of mine, has left a large void not only in my life, but that of his family and everybody at Lewisburg Seafoods. We will miss his knowledge. I stand here today once again to extend our deepest sympathy to the family of the late Danny Hansen and thank him for his many contributions to our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kelsey Bond of Bridgewater. Kelsey, who is a defensive specialist on the University of New Brunswick Reds ladies volleyball team, earned academic All-Canadian status for maintaining a GPA of 3.5 or higher while participating as a varsity athlete during the 2017-2018 academic year. Kelsey, a third-year student who switched to mechanical engineering from kinesiology last year, says that she's absolutely loving it. It was a tough transition for her. Practices, road trips, and long days take their toll, but she's proud that she was managed to keep her marks up while playing her favorite sport. Kelsey's next goal is making the Dean's List. Kelsey's also looking forward to an exciting season ahead with her UNB varsity Reds teammates. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating Kelsey Baum for the impressive achievement of balancing a tough academic workload with the demands as a UNB varsity Red volleyball team member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the generosity and offer my thanks to the talented artist David Wright from Mersey Point near Liverpool, who recently donated 2 of his large paintings to the Queen's General Hospital Foundation. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time for David donating his work for the enjoyment of others at hospitals throughout Canada. Queen's General Hospital is truly a community hospital, and David's generosity is another way of making it feel more like home. Thank you, David.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate a former member of this House. Last week, I was delighted to be on hand as the Dartmouth Kinsman Club, which was marking its 75th anniversary as a club, celebrated the Honourable Glenn Bagnall for his nearly 6 decades of service with the club. The Honourable Glenn Bagnall was elected in October 1970 as the member for Dartmouth North. He was a member of Executive Council from 1970 to 78. He is one of only 2 surviving cabinet members from those years. After retiring from politics, Glenn went on to become the first and only Atlantic Canadian to become president of Kinsman International. And I would note that only one other Canadian has ever been elected president of this service organization that operates in 80 countries and regions. Glenn was also named a member of the Order of Canada in 1999. He's been a member of the Dartmouth Lions Club for 58 of its 75 years. And I would note that at the same event, the former member for Dartmouth South, the Honourable Roland Thornhill, was given an honorary membership, and Vern Clark was given a Distinguished Service Award. Congratulations to the Kinsmen and all their honorees.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, on World Mental Health Day, I'd like to pay special tribute to a friend of mine and many members of this House, Laurel Walker of Halifax. Laurel has been a tireless champion for improving mental health in this province. She has been there for many Nova Scotians. Laurel has given voice to those who struggle to find a healthier path. I'd like to quote one of Laurel's favorite artists, Jan Arden, who wrote, "Feet on ground, heart in hand, facing forward, be yourself." Laurel, keep being yourself. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to thank Laurel for her tireless work to serve and help others in need on this World Mental Health Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, Antigonish is one step closer to getting a new skate park. It's taken over 20 years, numerous volunteers and countless hours, but land has finally been secured. It was recently announced that the skate park will be located on West Street, across from the university, right in the centre of town, making it accessible to everyone. It's been a collaboration between the town of Antigonish, the municipality of the county of Antigonish, St. Yves, and the Antigonish Skate Park Collective. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the efforts of the many volunteers who have dedicated so much time and energy over the years to bring this recreation project to this point, and wish them well as they continue the work to build a skate park in Antigonish. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week is Fire Prevention Week, and the perfect time to show our appreciation for firefighters and first responders for their dedication to our safety. I would especially like to take this opportunity to thank Cumberland Regional EMO, the Oxford Fire Department, all provincial departments, and the town of Oxford for their ongoing dedication to the safety of the Oxford area from August to present regarding the sinkhole in the town of Oxford. Mr. Speaker, we realize how much thought and hard work has gone into this process to this time to ensure that this issue be handled correctly and in the safest manner as possible. We thank all of these organizations for their part in processing this. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating these organizations for their outstanding work and thank them for their dedication to our safety. Thank you.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the Cherrybrook United Baptist Church Ladies Auxiliary, which was founded in 1918 by President Maud Lewis Sparks after the founding of the African Baptist Association Provincial Ladies Auxiliary in 1917. Maud Lewis Grant, born in 1892 in Cherrybrook, married Frederick Sparks and formed the Ladies Auxiliary to help support pastors, churches, children, and needs of the community. The Cherrybrook United Baptist Church Ladies Auxiliary gives thanks to God and to the many women in our community that have dedicated their lives to helping others. I applaud and congratulate Cherrybrook United Baptist Church Ladies Auxiliary, who on November 2018 celebrates their 100th year anniversary of their founding and the important work that they do in our community.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge Seaside FM Radio for their dedication to our community and beyond. Wayne Harrett and his team of staff, volunteers and students find the time to host and support all of the many different community events of Cole Harbour Eastern Passage. Seaside FM has come to be a well-known and well-liked fixture in our community. Seaside FM first aired back in 2002 with Wayne as manager. Many fundraisers along the way, such as book and CD sales and radiothons and dances, keep the station going. Today, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking the entire Seaside FM team for their dedicated service to our community, and I wish them all many more successful years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm going to share with you today is a phenomenal example of loyalty and dedication in community service. So phenomenal, in fact, that has never before happened in all of Canada. Morris Albert Williams is a firefighter from Mount Uniacke, from the Uniacke and District Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department. He was just presented with the very first in Canada 60-year Municipal Long Service Award Medal. He joined the department in 1958. He's been a husband to his wife, Pearl, for 57 of those 60 years. She has watched her husband be a lieutenant, captain, deputy, and fire chief. Mr. Williams has shared not only 60 years of life as a volunteer firefighter, but also shared his strength of character with his family. They have a son, grandson, and son-in-law who all became volunteer firefighters. The Canadian Volunteer Fire Services Association provides the MLSA to the municipal unit who want to recognize and honor an outstanding member. I think we can agree that this is the first of its kind, is well deserved. Congratulations and appreciation to Morris Albert Williams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Floyd Stewart from Lockport, who for the past 25 years or so has been making a miniature flotilla vessels, which he floats in Lockport's Little Big Harbour each summer. Tourists from all over the world have enjoyed his tiny fleet of over 200 vessels, which includes the Edmund Fitzgerald, a Cape Islander, Theodore Tugboat, and the Beatles Yellow Submarine, to name but a few. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Mr. Stewart for extending his hobby to become a unique tourist attraction and for becoming a wonderful ambassador for his community and Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 years ago, I rose to recognize the family and friends of Richard Ellis, who organized the first Richard Ellis Memorial Golf Tournament. 4 years later, the tournament raised over $25,000, or more than 10 times the amount raised in the first year. It has become bigger and better, this year welcoming the CEO of American Hockey League as its first guest speaker. Its beneficiary is a charity that was close to Richard's heart, the Digby and Area Health Services Charitable Foundation. With this year's contribution, the foundation was able to purchase a portable ultrasound machine for the hospital. Richard's son Kevin and his co-organizer Mike Bartlett want to ensure that all of our local hospitals has the equipment that it needs. You see, Richard Ellis, who worked for a number of years of charities and community groups, was a member of the board of the Digby General Hospital for 18 years. Richard, Mike, and all the organizers see this tournament as one way to continue the Richard's work in our community. I thank them and their team for organizing the tournament and for the members of the community for supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, October 21st, the community of Tracadie will gather in elation to celebrate the 196th anniversary of the Tracadie United Baptist Church. This church has been the literal foundation of the spiritual community and still stands proudly today as the second oldest church in the African United Baptist Association, organized in 1822. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the volunteerism of parishioner Catherine Jarrow of the Tracadie United Ladies Auxiliary. For 60 years, Mr. Speaker, she has held the positions of Secretary, Vice President, President, and continues to bring great joy to the congregation to her ministry of music with her beautiful solos each Sunday. Mr. Speaker, Catherine is an absolute blessing to the community of Tracadie, as is the Tracadie United Baptist Church itself, and I would like to wish her and all parishioners a jubilant celebration day and many more wonderful years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Lodge that is the honour of becoming the first distinct Masons Lodge in Cumberland County, the Widow's Son Lodge of River Phillip. In the early days, River Phillip was an important community and the seat of local government in that part of the county. It was the staging point in the stagecoach line that ran from Amherst to Halifax and had been for many years prior to 1868. Mr. Speaker, the charter was granted on September 30th, 1868, and formal action was taken by Grand Lodge to install its first regular officer on October 10th, 1868. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members join me in congratulating the Widow's Son Masonic Lodge of River Phillip on its 150th anniversary and wish them many more years of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Joining us today in the gallery is Dr. Shashi Gujar, Assistant Professor, Dalhousie University, Department of Pathology and Faculty of Medicine. Dr. Gujar immigrated from India in 2001 and has lived and worked in Halifax since 2009 and is a constituent of Halifax Armdale. May I please ask you to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House of Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, through our universities and hospitals, Nova Scotians are contributing to truly groundbreaking research in a number of fields. Dr. Shashi Gujar is one such researcher. He is currently seeking to develop innovative means to treat cancer through immunotherapy research. Earlier this year, Dr. Gujar and his research collaborators received a $3.2 million grant to study the use of photosensitive metal-based compounds to treat metastatic melanoma. In layman's terms, he's working to teach the body's own immune cells to target specific identifiers that only exist on melanoma and then kill those cells. Metastatic melanoma survival rates are tragically low in Canada, and Dr. Gujar is optimistic his research will result in a few compounds ready to go into clinical testing on humans. I ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in applauding Dr. Gujar for his extraordinary work. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I attended the funeral of Kyle Curry. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia has lost one of its heroes. Kyle Curry was a Halifax regional firefighter who served his community with honour, integrity, humour, class, and dignity. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, I want to express sympathy and condolences to Kyle's mother, Claudia Curry, and her family, and all of Kyle's many friends. I also want to express my condolences to all firefighters and all first responders, police, EMTs, all those who wear a uniform, all those who bravely serve and protect. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to acknowledge the contribution of Kyle Curry to his community and to thank all our first responders for the bravery they demonstrate every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coal Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Clotilda Odessa Coward Douglas Yakmachuk, my aunt, is one of this year's Order of Nova Scotia recipients. She is a mentor, activist, role model, mother, grandmother, aunt, and a matriarch to her proud family. Aunt Clotilda was the first and only Black elected as president of the Registered Nurses Association of Nova Scotia in 1988. She was the founding president of the Black Community Development Organization that focuses on affordable housing in low-income communities and became a member of the Nova Scotia Black Hall of Fame in 1991. In 1994, she retired as the Director of Education Services at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. And in 2003, Aunt Clotilda received the Order of Canada for her contributions to nursing and her community. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the members of this House to join me in congratulating Dr. Clotilda Coward Douglas Yakmachuk, who is receiving the Order of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to congratulate author Barry Corbin of Berwick on the launch of his first novel, The Girl at the Top of the Tree. The novel weaves a love story as it focuses on the generational challenges of running an apple farm in the Annapolis Valley over a 60-year span. It draws on the author's experience growing up in the Lakeville area and working on neighboring farms. In addition to his literary talent, Barry has had a distinguished career in education and now serves his community as a Berwick Town Councillor. On behalf of the province of Nova Scotia, I would like to congratulate Barry Corbin on the publication of The Girl at the Top of the Tree and wish him the very best for continued success as an author and dedicated councillor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the St. David's United Church in Lake Echo, which is part of the Lawrencetown Lake Echo Pastoral Charge and Halifax Pastoralty and Maritime Conference. St. David's has been serving as the hands and feet of Christ in the community of Lake Echo for 65 years, offering support and a variety of ministries. A congregation is inviting the community on Sunday, October 21st, to join the St. David's 65th anniversary celebration, beginning with a free will offering, chili supper at 6 o'clock, followed by a service and special music at 7. I applaud and congratulate St. David's United Church on their 65th anniversary for serving Christ in the community of Lake Echo.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, many Nova Scotians are upset with the lack of access to primary health care services and specialist services. Many of my constituents have been asking me for months to organize a protest rally. So last summer, along with my fellow Cumberland South MLA, we did just that. Healthcare professionals spoke and shared their concerns for their patients and their own personal health, as working conditions are taking a serious toll on many of them. One doctor stated at the rally she had just finished working 21 days on call in a row, 24/7. Those are inhumane working conditions, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Premier rose in the House to complain that none of his Liberal friends were permitted to speak at the rally. It was so disappointing to hear that his only comment about a rally that over 600 people attended to have their concerns heard, that was his response. Today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to table 383 letters from the people of this province asking for the resignation of the CEO of the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. I'd like to remind the honourable member you cannot use member statements as an agenda item to table any documents, so you can have those back. The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Ada Thompson, a longtime resident of Beachville, who accepted a plaque on August 7th of 2018 designating a black refugee settlement located behind Ridgecliffe Middle School, Beachville Estates in Monroe subdivision, a provincial heritage property. The site contains the original land plots settled by black refugees who escaped enslavement in the United States to what was then the British colony of Nova Scotia during the War of 1812. Preserving and protecting these lands is an important step forward for Beachville and a testament to its residents' resilience over generations when faced with many obstacles and social injustices. It is important that this special place be protected and its stories be shared for generations to come. The lands are now transferred to the provincial department that has responsibility for special places and preserved with heritage status forever. I ask the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in recognizing these lands as a provincial heritage site and Beachville and its African Nova Scotia community as having made significant contributions to our shared history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Board of Directors of Centennial Arena in Fairview on the opening of their new expansion. Centennial Arena has been a cornerstone of Halifax for 50 years and continues to be a community space for families in Fairview to gather. The rink hosts various events throughout the year, including family skates, concerts, and skating lessons, as well as being home to the Halifax Hawks Minor Hockey Association. Residents all over the city can attest to the warmth and hospitality of the volunteers of Centennial Arena, and with the addition of this common area, even more organizations will have the opportunity to use the facility. A special thank you to Canadian Olympic Olympic hockey team member Jill Saunier for being in attendance at the opening ceremony. Jill grew up playing at Centennial Arena and continues to make our province proud. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House join me in congratulating the Board of Directors of Centennial Arena for making this expansion possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate a former member of this House. Last week, I was delighted to be on hand as the Dartmouth Kiwanis Club, which was marking its 75th anniversary as a club, celebrated the Honourable Glenn Bagnall for his nearly 6 decades of service with the club. The Honourable Glenn Bagnall was elected in October 1970 as the member for Dartmouth North. He was a member of Executive Council from 1970 to 1978. He is one of only 2 surviving cabinet members from those years. After retiring from politics, Glenn went on to become the first and only Atlantic Canadian to become president of Kiwanis International. And I would note that the only other Canadian who has ever been elected president of the service organization operates in 80 countries and regions. Glenn was also named a member of the Order of Canada in 1999. He's been a member of the Dartmouth Kiwanis Club for 58 of its 75 years. And I would note that at the same event, the former member for Dartmouth South, the Honourable Roland Thornhill, was given an honorary membership, and Vernon Clark was given a Distinguished Service Award. Congratulations to the Kiwanis and all their honorees. You have the right.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 1 month from tomorrow, Nova Scotians will recognize our annual Remembrance Day celebrations. At this time, I want to pay tribute to all those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we in this House and all Nova Scotians can enjoy a way of life that is the envy of many people all over this world. I also want to thank all Legion members and Legions across this province who work tirelessly to ensure that we remember those who died for King and country. These men and women also go to schools to educate our children of the real meaning of Remembrance Day, and it is about much more than a day off school. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the men and women who have been members of the armed forces in the past, the present, and in the future, who protect our way of life, our quality of life, and our freedom of speech. These men and women serve so we can enjoy a quality of life which is often taken for granted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, this summer, the Chester Yacht Club proudly sponsored the Nova Scotia Schooner Association's annual race week. The association, founded in Hubbard's Cove in 1961 aboard the schooner Adair, plays a key role in showcasing some of our province's historic schooners. In fact, Adair was originally built as a working schooner in 1905 on Big Tancook Island. The oldest schooner at this year's race was the Amasonia, which was designed and built on Big Tancook in 1935 and is owned and skippered by Lauren Lie. Another historic schooner, the Wawaloon, owned and skippered by Commodore Harley Schofield, won the first race of the meet on corrected time. A new trophy was introduced this year for ladies' skippers race. The trophy is a beautiful carving of Willa Creighton at the helm of the Airlie, a lady racer whom no sailor could beat in the early years of the association. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating the Nova Scotia Schooner Association for its work in preserving the history of schooners in our province and to wish them well in their future endeavours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. We have heard time and time again of the troubles facing our long-term care system and its patients. My colleagues from the NDP have spoken at length about the need for more beds, and more beds are desperately needed. But the system today struggles to adequately care for the patients already in long-term care due to shortage of trained staff. My colleague from Northside Westmount spoke yesterday of patients who are only taken out of bed every other day, and nurses in Nova Scotia are now speaking up too about this. Their stories are equally disappointing. So does the Premier believe that the current staffing levels at Nova Scotia's long-term care facilities are sufficient to provide adequate patient care?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable for the question. I believe what the Nurses Union talked about is the level of care that has changed, Mr. Speaker, over a period of time, causing us to have a look at what's happening in long-term care facilities, why we appointed the expert panel, Mr. Speaker, who will come back and bring us recommendations.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The stories are difficult for anyone who has a family member in care or who may soon be there themselves. Stories of soiled linens that are too long in changing. Stories of patients who can't get a hot meal because staff simply cannot feed everyone fast enough. Right now, RNs can be responsible for up to 120 patients, each with LPNs responsible for 30 and CCAs responsible for 4 to 6 patients each time. So I will table that stats. What does the Premier see as the ideal staff-to-patient ratio, and what is his government going to do to ensure that level is reached?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, again, I want to thank the Honourable for the question, Mr. Speaker. That's why we put together an expert panel to bring us back recommendations, Mr. Speaker, how we continue to improve long-term care and facility across the province, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We have heard time and time again, Mr. Speaker, of the troubles facing our long-term care system and its patients. Oh, excuse me. The demands on the system are greater than what the system is actually built to handle, and the demographics all point to the demands steadily increasing over the next few decades. Keeping seniors in their homes longer is a great idea, but it only serves to delay and make more acute the services provided by long-term care. New buildings, yes. Beds, yes, but increases in trained, qualified personnel should be first. Is the Premier satisfied that the long-term care system has the resources needed to adapt to the changing demands of its patients?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the preamble leading into her question, Mr. Speaker, she's absolutely right. People want to be home longer. It's why we continue to invest in long-term care or in home care, Mr. Speaker. She's also right, Mr. Speaker. That means sometimes when people enter into a long-term care facility, the acuity need is much higher than it would have been otherwise. But that's a combination of ensuring that people be able to stay at home as long as possible, and when they really need to be transitioned to long-term care, that we have the infrastructure there to be able to ensure that we provide that service. Is why we announced an additional 50 long-term care beds in Cape Breton. We're looking across the province. Where can we make those strategic investments to deal with some of the wait lists that, by the way, has been reduced by 50% since we've come into power? And we're looking forward to this expert panel that will bring us back other recommendations how we continue to work with our partners to provide the care that our loved ones deserve.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
The world is talking this week about climate change in the wake of the report released by the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel, report which makes clear that what it calls rapid and far-reaching measures are going to be needed from governments to limit dramatic climate impacts. But here in Nova Scotia, what we get instead is today a decision to use recycling money to subsidize Lafarge cement to burn tires. Now, the government can call this a green initiative until they turn green themselves, but the fact is that the project that increases emissions from quarrying and that releases toxins and that undermines recycling is an environmentally regressive thing. Can the Premier point to any analysis that says that this tire burning project will reduce overall emissions for the province and not just the emissions at Lafarge?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we reduce emissions at Lafarge, we would reduce them overall across the province, Mr. Speaker. They are part of the issue, part of our province, Mr. Speaker. But the reality of it is this process went through a permitting process. They have a pilot, Mr. Speaker, to move forward. We'll continue to monitor it as they continue to, Mr. Speaker, to do a practice that not only is being done in not only be done here in terms of how we divert tires, but it's being done in other Canadian provinces as well.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the government is missing the mark by so many miles. This week, the United Nations report makes so clear the whole world has got to be near net zero emissions by 2050. We can't afford to be subsidizing toxic projects like tire burning. We need ambitious reduction emissions targets, and we need regulatory decisions to get us to those targets. Precisely a target of this sort has been placed before us in Nova Scotia with the 2030 declaration. So here's the question for the Premier. Will he commit to a target of reducing our emissions to 50% below 1990 levels by 2030?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member of the question. This is one of those issues, Mr. Speaker, in our province that all three political parties can take credit working together as we collectively since 2008, I believe it was, when Minister Perrant brought it into the House. We all agreed. And even though successive times government has changed, parties have changed who sits on this side of the House, we continue to move forward to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we continue down the road of reducing greenhouse gas in our province. Now, Honourable Member would know that we are already at the 2030 targets that were set by 2025. We'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to make the investments and ensure that we continue to reduce our greenhouse gases and continue to improve the environment that we live in, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
The Premier has said earlier that the emissions reduction target in his cap-and-trade program will be in the area of 50% below 2005 levels by 2030. I'll table his comments to that effect. But this is a level that is not a bit lower than current projections for 2030 without there being any cap-and-trade program. I want to ask the Premier, in what world is it now acceptable that the impact of cap-and-trade on projected emissions by 2030 will be zero?
Right.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, as I said in my first answer, Mr. Speaker, through successive governments, we continue down the same path of reducing our greenhouse gas, Mr. Speaker, in the province, continuing to lead the country in that endeavour, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to do so. We'll continue to make changes. The issues that we're doing in and around ensuring that individuals reduce their own footprint by the housing grant programs that we have. They continue to make those investments, continue to ensure that we green the power grid within this province. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, continuing to make sure that we have the capacity to grow the economy of this province and allow the fact that we can have economic growth at the same time that we're protecting the environment, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member wants to lead us down the path, Mr. Speaker, that does not involve a growing economy. We want to do both.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. In the spring, Bill 108, the Cannabis Control Act, passed through this House. Part of the bill said that the Governor and Council can make regulations to do things such as define what a private dwelling is, establish rules around the cultivation of cannabis and transporting cannabis. With legalization just a week away, the implementation of these should be clear to Nova Scotians, but they're not. As of 4:30 yesterday, there were no regulations passed for Bill 108. Why not?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the Minister of Justice to respond.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point that my colleague makes is a continuation of the legalization of recreational cannabis in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. All of the important elements and essential elements of legislation for the province were completed yesterday with the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation announcement of the online opportunities for purchase. We're very satisfied, Mr. Speaker, and very comfortable with where Nova Scotia has landed in legislation around the legalization of recreational cannabis.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. I'll direct this question to the Premier or the Minister of Justice. For some time, we have worried that this government is not ready for the legalization of recreational cannabis. The fact that regulations regarding cannabis control have been left to the 11th hour, and it doesn't make us less worried. In fact, it creates a lot of anxiety for parents, teachers, health professionals, and so on, law enforcement. If there are rules around such things as transporting cannabis and growing cannabis, Nova Scotians and law enforcement need to know more than just a week's notice. So as the Minister indicated yesterday, there were some regulations made online, but what other means are you going to get the information out there? How are you rolling it out to parents and health professionals?
I'd like to remind the Honourable Member to keep her questions directed through the Chair. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's question because it does give me an opportunity to further share with Nova Scotians and members of this legislature the practices that are in place. My colleague would know, Mr. Speaker, we have undertaken a very thorough and exhaustive education and awareness campaign that is seen over multiple streams, Mr. Speaker. It is communicating, Mr. Speaker, to the public at large the status of legalization of recreational cannabis in Nova Scotia. And the Nova Scotia/cannabis website, Mr. Speaker, is the most thorough and detailed website in the country as we speak, Mr. Speaker, that talks about the very points my colleague has identified, Mr. Speaker. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, that my colleague all of our colleagues in this House and all Nova Scotians take the opportunity to access the website and clearly look, Mr. Speaker, at the program that Nova Scotia has implemented, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud of the work we've done.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
My question is for the Premier. A series of Auditors General over a succession of decades have been reviewing and looking at this question of P3 projects in Nova Scotia. In '97, the Auditor General issued a report critical of the P3 arrangement about the 39 schools. In '98, the AG criticized the government's failure to effectively compare costs of the schools between P3s or the public sector. In 2010, the Auditor General issued a report critical of the government's failure to exercise a duty of care about the P3 schools. Mr. Speaker, why, in choosing now a mode of hospital development, has the Premier chosen to ignore 21 years of work from the Auditors General of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. If you go back and look at those continuing reports, Auditor Generals have made recommendations on how we continue to improve P3 models. There are very different models being used in different parts of the country, Mr. Speaker. As I said to him earlier, we believe this is the appropriate path forward when it comes to the redevelopment of the QE2 here in the Peninsula, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that we have a modern healthcare system that reflects the needs of today and the realities of 50 years from now. We're going to continue down this path of working with our private sector to ensure that that infrastructure is in place. I also want to say to the Honourable Member, I was pleased to be able to support his government's decision on the P3 model they chose when it came to the Nova Centre. I want to continue to congratulate his party for adopting the P3 model, and we're going to continue to make sure that we provide those infrastructure for our citizens.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Evidence still counts, Mr. Speaker, for something. The New Brunswick Auditor General reviewed the decision of the government in that province to build 2 P3 schools, and he found that the government spent $1.7 million more than they would have with a normal building method. And the Ontario Auditor General reported that P3 projects cost the province $8 billion more than if the projects had been built by that province. In BC, the Auditor General found the government was paying nearly twice as much for borrowing through P3s as it would have had it borrowed the money itself. Mr. Speaker, why should the public of Nova Scotia believe the government's single lone secret Deloitte report when there is a whole country full of Auditors General who have come to the opposite conclusion?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. We're continuing to look forward as we continue to roll out, Mr. Speaker, our P3 option to deliver primary health care here in the capital region, Mr. Speaker, that will provide services to citizens across our province. We believe this is the appropriate model. We will continue to do the due diligence we've had, Mr. Speaker, since I made this announcement in 2016, following through for the next 12 months to ensure that we have a contract, Mr. Speaker, with a developer that is tight, one that will deliver on what the commitments that our healthcare providers are telling us are required to ensure that we can deliver that. Mr. Speaker, we will expect our contractor to deliver this project on time and on budget, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member, when he's referring to what's happening in the Canadian province, is ignoring the fact that in this very own province, Mr. Speaker, when a former government announced a hospital in Truro for $90-some million, it was more than double by the time it went through, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General continued to have a comment about those, continue to say that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to make sure that when we put together infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it is exactly what we want. It's exactly what Nova Scotians expect. It's exactly, Mr. Speaker, what the healthcare providers want to work in, and we're going to continue to do so with our partners.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Justice. Over the summer, the federal government signalled that it intended to approve the Draeger 5000 device to aid in the detection of persons under the influence of cannabis. The Draeger 5000 is intended to be a roadside device that is capable of analyzing saliva and determining the intoxication of a subject from either cannabis or cocaine. There are reports from StatScan that would suggest that almost 53% of Nova Scotians are driving high every day. The need to provide police with effective tools are clear. My question to the Minister, does the Minister of Justice know how many Draeger 5000 devices are in use in Nova Scotia, and is there a plan to expand that number?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for the question. The dragger technology that my colleague is speaking about, Mr. Speaker, is new technology, as my colleague indicated, announced by the federal government just recently. That product is being made available across the country to police agencies, law enforcement agencies who choose to use that as a tool in the fight against impaired driving by drugs. And we leave the decision of the purchase of those to our law enforcement community who are leading in the area of impaired driving enforcement.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the latest data shows that the Draeger 5000 may not be an effective tool for such detection. It is reported in the Journal of Analytical Toxicology that the Draeger has a false positive rate of 14.5%. That is 14.5% of the time the device will say that a driver is impaired when they are not. More disturbing, the device has a false negative rate of 13.5%, which means 13.5% of the time an impaired driver will not be caught. Moreover, the device becomes less accurate in cold weather. Imagine the problems these figures could cause when put before a judge. Question to the Minister: has the Minister taken steps to mitigate the potential problems arising from the questionable results of these devices?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the instrument that my colleague refers to harkens back to my use, Mr. Speaker, of the breathalyzer as it relates to alcohol and impaired driving. But what I think is most important for my colleague and all of us in the House to know, and Nova Scotians to know, Nova Scotia is leading the country in the standard field sobriety tests and drug recognition expert training. Number of law enforcement officers in the province, Mr. Speaker. We have the highest number of drug recognition experts in our law enforcement community compared to any other province in the country. What Nova Scotia has done, Mr. Speaker, is they have taken the leadership role, and I will say to my colleagues, over multiple governments, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Nova Scotians and road safety is a priority. We will continue with that in mind, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to expand the number of drug recognition expert trained officers to ensure that Nova Scotians are safe on our highways.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister responsible for Nova Scotia Liquor Corp. This government has decided to only offer cannabis for sale in a handful of municipalities across this province. This leaves many people in rural Nova Scotia unable to easily access cannabis. For some, the nearest physical location is located over 60 minutes away. The solution for this, according to this government, is home delivery for online sales. Despite recent announcements regarding rural internet, online purchasing is simply not foreseeable in the future for many Nova Scotians. For those in rural areas without reliable internet access, how does the minister propose access to cannabis?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. We've had this discussion in the legislature on a number of occasions, and we've spoken publicly, Mr. Speaker, to the availability of recreational cannabis in the province of Nova Scotia. We initially announced 9 stores, Mr. Speaker, based on the July 1st start date. The Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, being as diligent and professional as they have, reviewed the number of stores when the federal government announced an October 17th date. The Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, Mr. Speaker, was able to add an additional 3 stores. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have the online model that was announced yesterday. This online model will ensure that all Nova Scotians, regardless of where they live, have access to recreational cannabis. And I will tell my colleague as well that every liquor store in the province will be able to provide the barcode system that Nova Scotians will come to rely on for their access, particularly in those rural communities across the province.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister for the response, but it still begs the point that many Nova Scotians still do not have access to internet. Most regular cannabis users in rural Nova Scotia will not drive 60 minutes for their pot, nor will they wait for an online purchase to be delivered. They're most likely going to continue to access the black or grey markets for their cannabis. The NSLC business plan states that on one of its priorities, provide a safe supply of cannabis to Nova Scotia to help eliminate the illicit market. But this distribution model will not work. Does the minister anticipate the poor access to legal cannabis in rural Nova Scotia will still allow the illegal market to grow?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken publicly as well, Mr. Speaker, about the transition from the illicit market to the legal market, Mr. Speaker. We know there's no switch that's going to be flipped on the 17th of October, that people are going to transition to the legal market. We use Colorado, Mr. Speaker, as the example. Colorado has done their research, and over the period of 3 years, they've seen a 75% transition from the illicit market to the legal market. We will monitor, Mr. Speaker, over the next number of months what we see that transition to be. But I have to tell my colleague as well, the last significant weather storm we had in this province in 2014, when Nova Scotians looked for food and water in our community stations around the province, their first ask, Mr. Speaker, in coming into those facilities, how and where can I charge my device? Nova Scotians have access, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work on the Internet project. My colleague in the Department of Business, Mr. Speaker, $190 million committed to that project. We are confident, Mr. Speaker, recreational cannabis will be available to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my question to you, through you, is to the Minister of TIR. In July, this government announced that because the departments of TIR and Health and Wellness didn't have the expertise, a new division of Nova Scotia Lands would be given $6 million annually to deliver both the Queen E2 development and the hospital redevelopment in Cape Breton Regional Municipality. In this week's announcement on the QE2 project, there was no mention of Nova Scotia Lands, only that there would be P3 project would be costing upwards of $2 billion. In fact, there's no mention of Nova Scotia Lands anywhere on the government's Queen E2 redevelopment website. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is why did the government announce $6 million a year for a new Crown Corporation division and then neglect to mention it in last week's fanfare?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. Nova Scotia Lands is hardly new, Mr. Speaker. One of its great triumphs was the reclamation and constitution of the so-called tar ponds in Sydney, which has been a tremendous success and shows the usefulness of that particular corporation in terms of being able to come in and do these redevelopments. In terms of Nova Scotia Land's role in the redevelopment of QE2 or the Cape Breton initiative, which is certainly being contemplated by the department, remains to be seen just exactly what they'll be doing in that instance.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware of the great work that the people at Nova Scotia Lands do, but it was his government that announced that there was a special department going to be developed to do the kind of work I just mentioned. I don't know. Now, the government loves to announce and re-announce spending as much as possible, but I wonder if something got lost in last week's fanfare. The Minister and I both know that Nova Scotians need doctors, and they need the infrastructure for those doctors and other medical staff to help keep Nova Scotians healthy. But it doesn't help anyone to keep things like costs and process in the dark. Government has already refused to release the report that led them to their Queen E2 redevelopment model. And now I wonder if they're playing another shell game with Nova Scotia Land. So again, to the Minister, can you assure this House that all the funding delivered to the Health Capital Delivery Branch of Nova Scotia Lands will be subject to transparency and public scrutiny?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really thank the member opposite for the question, because we've reached a turning point here in this reality. This government announced that we are going to rebuild the infrastructure in Cape Breton to health infrastructure, and up until this point, it was being treated as if it was a fantasy. Now I see the reality is sinking in, and it's so good to see the member recognize that in the very short time, the health system, the structures in Cape Breton will be rebuilt with significant increase in long-term care beds and at 2 collaborative centres that will be the envy of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Envy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Nursing homes in Nova Scotia need to be adequately staffed in order for vulnerable seniors to get the care they need and deserve. This government's cuts to nursing home budgets means facilities are trying to do more with less. Jane Meadus, a lawyer at the Toronto-based Advocacy Centre for the Elderly, says there is an indifference towards seniors and care that would not be accepted in other facilities. She says that the attitude is, and I quote, "This is just the way it is, and this is what we have to put up with," and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, does the minister think it is acceptable that seniors in nursing homes can't even get a hot meal because by the time the CCA gets to them, their meal is cold?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I don't agree with the assessment that the member cited of this individual from Toronto. Perhaps that's the way that individual sees the viewpoint in her jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, we do take the concerns on the quality of care in our long-term care centres very seriously, Mr. Speaker. These are our parents and grandparents in these facilities. That's why we appointed an expert panel, Mr. Speaker. The three individuals there have impeccable records in their research and their clinical experiences. Look forward to getting the recommendations from them so that we can then move forward, Mr. Speaker, on improving quality of care in long-term care in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, one of the consequences of seniors staying at home longer is that they are more frail when they're placed in long-term care. A recent media report quotes the president of the Nova Scotia Nurses Union, and she says, "Most of our residents are incontinent. Many of them cannot walk or need assistance to walk. The majority of them need help to bathe. Half or more need some help feeding." The requirement for those seniors has escalated and the funding hasn't changed. And Mr. Speaker, I brought that example from a Glace Bay family in long-term care in Glace Bay, that the resident needs to call her daughter 50 kilometres away to tell her that she needs to pee or that she's fallen. We know the addition of more beds. We need time for those providing care with residents to ensure valuable seniors are safe and happy and healthy. Mr. Speaker, will the minister agree to increase funding to ensure adequate staffing levels are available in nursing homes?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As noted previously, we do take the concerns very seriously. That's why we not only appointed the panel, but, Mr. Speaker, we didn't wait just for establishing a panel to provide feedback. We've been taking action on recommendations that have come in previously. We've been investing in equipment and technology. We've increased funding for food and recreation budgets, Mr. Speaker, based upon feedback. But we do, Mr. Speaker, believe that the recommendations that are going to come forward will be positive for the care of seniors in our long-term care facilities, or residents, Mr. Speaker, of our long-term care facilities throughout the province. I look forward to receiving those recommendations and then being able to move forward on them.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister responsible for EMO. In 2014, I received an assessment from an anonymous expert concerning the rail lines running through my constituency. After viewing the rail system through the New Glasgow downtown core, I felt an accident due to the deplorable condition of the rail line was forthcoming. Work has occurred to improve this section of rail that is meters away from numerous buildings. However, additional improvements are necessary for obvious safety reasons. Question to the Minister: will the Minister update the members of the House with regard to yesterday's derailment in Stellarton, where 2 rail cars loaded with carbon black landed in someone's backyard?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am aware of the situation. My understanding they have not reached out to EMO, but we are aware, I guess through the media reports actually is the only thing that I can say on that we've read, that they have cleanup underway. We would expect as EMO or as government that would be done, and they seem to be doing that, and stated at the same time that there was no hazard to the town or to humans there. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there's been at least 4 train derailments in Pictou County since 2014, one of which required an evacuation of residents after 6 containers carrying a butane-propane mix left the track. The rails near Riverbank Street in Stellarton have been a safety concern for some time. Trains are expected to travel 10 kilometres throughout the community. Even at that speed, it remains risky. My question to the Minister: does the Minister know if a cause has been identified?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I can say at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of why that happened. I've not been advised on that. I do know the area very well, as the honourable member would know, and do know how busy it is through there and has been over many years. Not quite as busy these days as it has been in the past. The other piece of that, each municipal unit, as we would know in this House, Mr. Speaker, and around the province is responsible for putting together an emergency management plan should something happen, and we as EMO are certainly there to assist whenever required as well. So again, I'm not aware of the cause of the incident, but hopefully we'll have some information in the days ahead, if not sooner, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, my question today is for the Minister of Education. On the 27th of September, the Minister announced a $1.9 million additional investment in stock transportation to address arrival times of students. Since September the 5th, one bus in my constituency has arrived at school between 20 minutes and a half an hour late each morning and continues to do so. This is the accessible bus that carries students with a variety of needs who have now missed a total of 10 instructional hours since the school year has started. There have been many calls from my office to stock, but this hasn't been rectified yet. Does the minister believe that it is acceptable for this bus to be late, given that school has now been in for over a month?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member bringing this issue to my attention. Our expectation, which we made very clear to the region and to Stock, is that our students get to school on time and be returned on time and safely. If that is not happening, specific cases, I do appreciate the members informing me so we can take a look at those individual cases as they arise.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Yes, and I thank the minister for that. I will, Mr. Speaker, I will provide the bus number perhaps later on so that it can be looked into further. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, the minister stated that 98% of the students getting back and forth to school on time was good. Last month, the minister stated that one of his first issues at the new Provincial Advisory Council on Education would be to deal with busing. This is the same announcement that added the $1.9 million to busing. I'm left, however, what role the PAC will be playing, given that the fact that the announcement came out even before the committees met. But my real issue here today is the students. Can the minister please tell the House how much longer parents and students have to wait before busing problems will be fixed totally in the HRCE? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To clarify, we did announce interim measures, which was the $1.9 million, 37 new buses to focus on the pressures we have from courtesy busing requests and those with disabilities. However, we also announced throughout the course of the rest of the year, we'll be doing an overall evaluation and report on busing in the province. We'll be working with SACs directly. We'll be working with our principals. We'll be working with our frontline workers, the unions, and the bus drivers. And we'll also be working with the Provincial Advisory Council to get feedback from them. We've got folks that are previous board chairs on that committee. And I know that their insight will be as valuable to this process as anybody else's. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question through you is to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Mr. Speaker, a white elephant is in modern usage is known as an object, building project, or scheme, business venture, facility considered expensive but without any value. Nova Scotia needs new medical facilities, and nobody will argue with that. But what it needs more, Mr. Speaker, and what it needs sooner, are doctors, nurses, and medical professions who provide patient care. A new hospital without doctors heals no one. An emergency room without an ambulance coverage saves no one, Mr. Speaker. So the question is quite simple. Now that they've announced all the building projects, will the minister please focus on doctors and nurses and not the bricks and mortar? A simple yes or no will do.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'd like to advise through you to the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, that in fact this isn't an either-or question. The fact of the matter is we have and we will continue to focus on both the people who deliver our health care on the front lines, Mr. Speaker, as well as ensuring that they have the tools, the technology and the infrastructure that they need to deliver that care for Nova Scotians from one end of the province to the other for tomorrow and well into the future.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Speaker, I gotta tell you, this government reminds me of the movie Field of Dreams. They believe that if they build it, they will come, but I don't believe that. Mr. Speaker, we need all kinds of, and I've heard all kinds of stories that state how bad healthcare is in this province. We've heard about 5-hour car rides for a 5-minute appointment in Halifax. We've heard of cascading ER closures. We've heard of people dying while they wait for the services their tax dollars are supposed to pay for. It's not the buildings, Mr. Speaker, it's the lack of staff. The government says they're redesigning these buildings for healthcare for the next 50 years. The question, will the architects design these hospitals with hallways that are wide enough for the gurneys so that the health care of this government will stay the same as it's been providing all the time? Hallway health care.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess in response to the member's question and information in his preamble, Mr. Speaker, I direct him back, in fact, to his previous question to the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal. If I recall that preamble correctly, he made some statement effectively about how important the investment in infrastructure was to attracting and supporting our frontline healthcare professionals, Mr. Speaker. So I'm a little bit confused by the questions the member's bringing here and the inconsistency of what he's bringing to the table at the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Business. In a week, recreational cannabis will be legal in Nova Scotia. Cannabis production is an industry that is growing exponentially and will grow more. Unfortunately, compared to other provinces, we're sorely behind on developing local cannabis production. This year, the NSLC will be importing over 3 million grams of cannabis. That is a multi-million-dollar missed opportunity for rural Nova Scotia, which has the capacity and agricultural expertise to fill this gap. Our government has recognized the value of focused supports to develop local wine and beer, but nothing for local cannabis production. My question is, what is the minister doing to ensure that the NSLC's cannabis procurement shifts quickly to supporting local jobs and the rural economy? Surprise, we care about the economy.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation has been public on this very issue, Mr. Speaker. The production of recreational cannabis and the licensing of those producers is the responsibility of the federal government. We know, Mr. Speaker, that there are a number of Nova Scotia business entities who are part of that process. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, 3 Nova Scotia companies have been approved licensed for production. They continue to work in that process with Health Canada to secure their retail license, Mr. Speaker. But the remainder of those Nova Scotia businesses continue to compete with Health Canada to ensure that Nova Scotia product is available into the future.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect, my question was about provincial incentives, not federal licensing. Mr. Speaker, we know that in 2019, recreational edible cannabis products will also become legal. We know that in Canada, 6 out of 10 cannabis consumers will likely choose edibles. This is another inevitable development that will either be an economic opportunity for Nova Scotians or another imported expense. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, what is he doing to make sure Nova Scotian entrepreneurs have the information and support they need to be ready for the recreational edible cannabis market?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And And this is a discussion that has been ongoing, Mr. Speaker, with the producers that have stepped up to the plate, Mr. Speaker, to drive the business and the economy of Nova Scotia in this new field. But with respect, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are not limited to the retail sale within the province of Nova Scotia. These exporters, these producers, Mr. Speaker, are looking beyond Nova Scotia borders. They're looking to export Nova Scotia product quite literally around the world, Mr. Speaker. So Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, as this process continues to unfold, we will see Nova Scotia producers who are licensed to sell retail cannabis, and it will not only be available within Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, to the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, it will be available outside of the province and the country.
The honourable member for Victoria and the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian, but there are over 100,000 Nova Scotians who are either on government wait list or have just given up their search altogether. Mr. Speaker, for these Nova Scotians, access to our healthcare system means long waits at emergency rooms and no continuity of care because they're dependent on walk-in clinics. These Nova Scotians deserve better. Last week, the minister took issue when I said Nova Scotian doctors are paid $100,000 less than doctors practicing in Prince Edward Island, according to Doctors Nova Scotia. So my question to the Minister of Health is, could he inform this House how much more Nova Scotia family doctors are paid compared to those at PEI in New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe, just to clarify the response that I made last time, in case there was any confusion by the member. In fact, if I recall correctly, what I was stating was the numbers that he was bringing to the floor of the legislature were outdated information. He failed to take into consideration or recognize the almost $40 billion investment that we made to improve compensation for comprehensive family care practices, as well as incentives for family physicians providing that comprehensive care to take additional patients on the family roster. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, this government's doctor recruitment strategy seems to have been drawn on the back of a napkin. My constituents are concerned with the recent departure of Dr. Emily Beaton that I mentioned last week due to the lack of work-life balance she was promised by this government. New recruits may think twice when accepting an offer from this government because of the stories they've heard from their peers on how they're respected and treated. When asked last week, the minister bragged about the new doctor they recruited for my constituency. So my question to the minister is, if one doctor leaves while another doctor comes, how does that fix the doctor shortage in my constituency?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member may think that it doesn't make an impact, Mr. Speaker, but indeed, for every physician or a frontline healthcare worker that we're adding to the system through recruitment.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Through recruitment initiatives, Mr. Speaker, new initiatives that we've brought in, whether that be our tuition relief program, Mr. Speaker, our new immigration stream, which is the one that resulted in the physician that I referred to last week in the members' community, Mr. Speaker, whether that's the expansion of our collaborative care practices and the fact that government's hiring nurse practitioners, family practice nurses, social workers, other therapists to support frontline health care providers and to provide care for all Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, that member may not think that this is important for the health care of Nova Scotians, but we do.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think the new math initiatives in schools should be taught to the Minister of Health. One leaves, one comes. That's not new recruitment. Mr. Speaker, the government has no idea what they're doing when it comes to healthcare services in Cape Breton. Time and time again, I've risen in this House on behalf of great people in Northside Westmount to bring their healthcare concerns to the floor of the legislature to a tone-deaf government. I've highlighted the issues facing our people.
I'd like to ask the Honourable Member to retract his statement indicating the Honourable Minister should take a course. I'll take that as a personal insult. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'll retract that statement. The Minister boasts about how this new facilities in Cape Breton will attract a slew of new healthcare professionals, from doctors to nurses and everyone in between. So my question to the Minister, if this is really the case, Why are travel nurses being used at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital emergency room when they've essentially closed down 2 emergency rooms in Cape Breton already?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member would know, in fact, his colleague earlier today in question period highlighted just that point that I've been making, which is that the new investment in infrastructure is actually an important component for frontline healthcare providers when they are operating. Mr. Speaker, the member from Sydney River, Lewisburg, Lewisburg, made that reference, Mr. Speaker, in a question earlier today when questioning the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been brought to my attention that travel nurses are being brought in from as far as Vancouver to work at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital emergency room. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the work these nurses provide. However, I'm worried that this Band-Aid solution that is costing taxpayers more money because of travel expenses, lodging, and the nurses are allegedly paid a lot more money than our regular nurses. Now, I know Nova Scotia's health authority is not worried about taxpayer money, Mr. Speaker, given the recent hospitality scandal, but I am, and so are my constituents. So my question to the Minister is, if we need to bring in travel nurses to provide care at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, what is the Minister doing to train and attract our own nurses right here in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to advise the member that I've taken the time to actually get out and, as part of meeting frontline healthcare workers, I thought it was important, Mr. Speaker, to also get out and meet the students, our future, our next generation of healthcare workers. I met with nursing students, Cape Breton University, St. Evac, as well as Dal nursing students in the Yarmouth location, Mr. Speaker, and hearing directly from these students in our nursing program, Mr. Speaker, they're very excited about the opportunities that await for them upon graduation. And Mr. Speaker, we do hire those nurses in our province for those that choose to stay here. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, in the nurse practitioner space, which is an advanced level of training for nurses, Mr. Speaker, can provide more frontline care, primary care. We've added additional seats to our Dalhousie program and introduced a compensation program to help support those who want to take it.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question through you is to the Minister of TIR. Mr. Speaker, a media story last night indicates that Bay Ferries are rumoured move from Portland to Bar Harbour is well on its way to becoming a reality. And according to the news story, the move will bring with it significant costs for both the company and taxpayers, including millions of improvements to the Bar Harbour terminal. The report says that taxpayers will also be on the hook for a $1 million guarantee of the new lease. So my question for the Minister is, will the Minister update the House about what the plans are for Bay Ferries next season?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise and inform the House and the people of Nova Scotia that though we don't have the final results of this year's traffic on the Nova Scotia ferry, we're very optimistic that it's going to set a new record for Nova Scotia. And we are so happy for the people, all the people of Nova Scotia, but particularly the people of Southwest Nova Scotia and their tourism industry that is thriving as a result of this fine piece of work.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg.
I believe, Mr. Speaker, that's what you call a paid political announcement. Mr. Speaker, the question was, what exactly is the cost to the people of the province of Nova Scotia? We're all happy for them. We just want to know what the cost was. The Progressive Conservatives Caucus Office has submitted a FOIPOP request to unveil the management fees for Bay Ferries, which it receives, and this has been in the process for almost 2 years. And that request is still making its way through the system, Mr. Speaker. We believe taxpayers should know what their money is being spent on. So will the Minister commit today to making public any improvements or other costs taxpayers will be responsible for if Bay Ferries makes the move to Bar Harbour? And we know that the Nova Scotians will be happy wherever the ship is coming from.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a classic case of the glass being half empty or half full, because we don't look at this as a cost. We look at it as an investment, a good investment for the people of Nova Scotia, that supports our tourism industry, supports all of our economic development, including Cape Breton, because many of those people find their way down to the beautiful island of Cape Breton when they're here for tourism business, and they spend a lot of money in the economy of this province, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the government has dropped the ball once again, Mr. Speaker. They've really dropped the ball on a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, that I think is a serious issue that we need to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of time that they address this serious issue, Mr. Speaker, when they drop the ball here in Nova Scotia.
Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be calling for rounds of 15 minutes each. Hope everybody tries to stick to that amount of time. So 15 minutes each. Can you call Resolution 508 on the healthcare crisis?
We'll now call Resolution number 508. The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, after a good lively debate in question period today about health care and the lack thereof and or the lack of answers that the people in opposition are asking, it's very timely that this resolution number 508 is brought to the floor of the legislature today. And if I could, Mr. Speaker, I'll just refresh everyone's memory what resolution 508 says. It says, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the healthcare crisis in Nova Scotia is having a significant negative impact on thousands of Nova Scotians, and whereas this Liberal government refuses to acknowledge the problem, some blaming problems on the health and the lifestyle of choices of Nova Scotians, and whereas 100,000 people are without a family doctor, deaths from pressure sores, growing wait times, and frequent emergency room closures are all evidence that the healthcare system in Nova Scotia is in crisis and needs urgent attention. So therefore be resolved that all members of the House of Assembly urge the government to admit that our healthcare crisis is broken, acknowledge the fear and frustration of Nova Scotians, and make fixing the system a priority. So, Mr. Speaker, we stand in this legislature and ask questions on behalf of our constituents who have problems either navigating the system and or getting the health care that they deserve in a timely manner. And Mr. Speaker, if that's not a crisis, nothing is. When people who've done their community well throughout their life, when people who are paid their taxes, they've lived in these areas their whole day, when they need a system, they want to make sure it's there. Mr. Speaker, I've heard stories of people who've come into my office whose grandmother is 85 years old, she's diabetic, her doctor's now not with us anymore. How does she get her insulin? She's not old, she's not well enough to go to the emergency room, let alone wait 10, 12 hours. When we had emergency rooms open in each community, that wait was a lot less. People in the community knew the people that worked in these places, and they knew when they entered the building they would get the care they deserved and not have to wait that length of time. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just, as I've done once before, the definition of a crisis is a time of intense difficulty, trouble or danger, a time when different important decisions must be made, a turning point of disease when an important changes take place, indirectly indicating either recovery or death. And Mr. Speaker, we've also heard questions here where people are dying in hallways. They're getting treatment in emergency rooms next to ice machines. They're in nursing homes, they're not getting the proper nutrition. They're not getting out of bed in times when they need to get to change the pressure on areas of their body. And Collins' English Dictionary defines crisis as a situation in which something or someone is affected by one or more very serious problems. And Mr. Speaker, my office is inundated, right now especially, with people who need a family doctor. If I can, Mr. Speaker, we had one lady doctor in our area who's practiced in our area for probably 30 to 40 years and thought she was going to be able to retire. She retired. One of the other local doctors in the area took most of her patients. and everybody thought life was good until the doctor that took those patients, Mr. Speaker, developed an illness and he had to give up his practice. So, Mr. Speaker, there's over 5,000, and I'll say it again, 5,000 people from that two doctors that do not now have a family doctor. And I'm getting grown men and women and children in my office crying because they need health care. They can't access it because they don't have this family doctor. To the point, Mr. Speaker, where one lady who had an abdominal problem was in my office and had an MRI booked for her abdomen, her abdomen, and they called her from the department to tell her to get the family doctor to send something, and she couldn't because her family doctor's now ill and not practicing. So they canceled her MRI. Can you imagine the feeling of that? Knowing that you have something going on that the doctor wanted to investigate, that you had the appointment, but you couldn't access it because you didn't have a family doctor. And another definition of crisis is a time of great disagreement, confusion, or suffering. Extremely difficult or dangerous point in any situation. So, Mr. Speaker, the situations that I'm describing, to me, are crisis. Our healthcare system is in a crisis. We're losing doctors faster than we can replace them. Our solution is to come in and shut hospitals down. And, Mr. Speaker, the way that announcement was made, we found out at 6 o'clock on a Sunday night that there was going to be a major infrastructure announcement in Cape Breton. Now, Mr. Speaker, anyone who was home with their family at 6 o'clock on a Sunday night is not in their office. They don't get that email until 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning when they enter their office. So any doctors or healthcare professionals who were working didn't get a chance to go to this announcement. So when I made a few phone calls to find out what the announcement might be, one prominent individual in the healthcare community thought it was an announcement of a new hospice that the Rotary clubs in Cape Breton have been fundraising for, only to find out that they were going to close 2 hospitals to replace them with 2 collaborative practices and 1 nursing home of 50 beds. So you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, if I could give you a little background, the Northside General has 48 long-term care people waiting for nursing home beds. The regional hospital has about 50 waiting for nursing home beds, and the Waterford Consolidated has another 30 or 40 waiting. We're going to build 1 50-bed home, Mr. Speaker, to take on 80 or 90 patients. So those beds will still be done. But the Northside General is going to lose their acute care beds, as is the Waterford Consolidated. So there's 30 extra beds needed alone. 40 beds, acute care beds in Cape Breton, that we're told are going to move to the regional. So the 50 beds that are there for nursing homes are going to be filled with 40 people from the Northside General alone, plus the 30 that are there. So those 50 beds are now 70. And this is going to improve health care. Mr. Speaker, when there's no emergency room for someone to go to, and you have to have either go by ambulance, have a taxi, or get someone in your neighborhood, friend or family, to take you there, that's a great big burden on the patient, let alone the family or the system. And then you have to go to an emergency room and wait 10, 12, 14 hours to see the doctor. Not the fault of the professionals that work there, Mr. Speaker. The professionals that work there are doing a great job. They're doing the best they can, but they're overworked. They're tired. And, Mr. Speaker, they want to do what's best for the community. And when they can't, they get frustrated as well. And then they find out, as we heard of this House today and yesterday, that the doctors alone that work in other parts of this country are making more money than they're making. So they're frustrated, they're working twice as hard, and they're making less money. I think that's a recipe for disaster. I think that alone constitutes the definition of a crisis in our healthcare system. And then, Mr. Speaker, when we do get people who get into these emergency rooms and they need follow-up appointments, they can't get them. They can't get them because they have nowhere to send the results for testing. They have no family doctor to call to make those tests available. And that's only if the specialists are still around, Mr. Speaker. We had one general surgeon in Cape Breton who had his own medical challenges. He had a fracture in his ankle. And in order for him to come back to work, to see if he could do the OR time, he was requiring what they call an ease-back program. And he was told in our community that the healthcare authority didn't do that, that either he would have to come back full-time or not come back at all. So, Mr. Speaker, he goes to Truro, and they welcome him with open arms. He does his ease-back program, he's back to operating full-time, and he's working in Truro. One healthcare authority was supposed to solve all those problems, Mr. Speaker. If that was a policy in Cape Breton, it should have been a policy in Truro. But it's not. It just gives us an idea of the fracturing in the system that we have. And Truro received an excellent physician, an excellent surgeon, and a generally good all-around person. So our loss, Mr. Speaker, is their gain. And you know, since August, our emergency room at the Northside General, that will be slated to close when a new collaborative practice is built, has been closed, and I could be wrong, give or take, 3,100 hours. Mr. Speaker, that's 129 days. 129 days of closure. That's announced closures and emergency closures. So, Mr. Speaker, when you have closures of a building that's supposed to be open, what are people expected to do? When an emergency happens, nobody thinks about where they're going to take their loved one. They take them to the nearest hospital. And yes, we've heard that it's a half an hour between the Northside General and the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. But that's a half hour from the Northside General Hospital. When you look at people who live in the American community from Florence, from Alder Point, from New Campbellton, they travel to the Northside General, and that's a lot more than just a half an hour's time to go from there to the regional. And Mr. Speaker, that could be what determines life and death in some situations. We've been very lucky. We got a great emergency healthcare system. Our EHS system is probably one of the best in the country and has one of the most well-trained professionals. But when they're sitting at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ambulances deep, waiting to offload their patients, they're not out in the field. We've heard stories where they've even brought ambulances in as far as Antigonish because there was no ambulances available on Cape Breton Island. Or there was one available, but it was on Kelly's Mountain to answer a call in Sydney Mines, a good 30 minutes away. And Mr. Speaker, that's not health care. That's not the health care our seniors, our children deserve. We've heard stories where children had to travel to Halifax for a 5-minute procedure. And tell me that's not a crisis. So as I said earlier, we are going to lose an emergency room. We're going to lose 40 healthcare acute care beds. But we're going to gain 50 long-term care beds for the whole island, or for the whole of CBRM. 80 or 90 patients waiting to fill those 50 beds doesn't solve the problem of long-term care in Cape Breton. You know, when you have wait times in the emergency room of people sitting there with a sick child, and they have to sit there all night long, or a senior that has, as we've seen before, something in their eye that couldn't be seen because they couldn't get the proper services. They had to take them by ambulance on a nighttime trip. One hospital, another hospital, another hospital, finally have the service done, and then be turned around and sent back home. Mr. Speaker, we don't deserve that. Our seniors don't deserve that. Our children don't deserve that. Healthcare in this province has great professionals. They just need more of them. But that's not just happening now in Cape Breton, Mr. Speaker. We're hearing the same kind of stories here in HRM. Ambulances are backed up in emergency rooms. People aren't getting the timely access because the ambulances aren't there, and they're waiting in a long term in the emergency room to get that care. You know, we've heard a lot of, yes, we're bringing in X number of doctors, but we've not once have heard how many have left. Or, better than that, Mr. Speaker, why have they left? When this crisis started to develop, 3 or 4 members of our caucus got together with a bunch of the doctors in our area, and we asked why. They told us why. We asked the health authority to do an exit interview with these doctors so that we know when the new doctors come in, we don't make that same mistake the second time, so that they would stay. And they were going to do exit interviews. And you know, I haven't once talked to one that's left that had that interview done. So as they say, the definition of insanity, Mr. Speaker, is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting the same results. So if we don't know why they're leaving, how are we going to prevent it from happening? And I've talked to a few healthcare professionals, young professionals, that the health minister says the new facilities are going to be the best thing in the world for attracting and retaining new individuals. But Mr. Speaker, those individuals want to come, be able to provide their services, be able to work here, and be able to earn a good living comparable to other areas of this country. That would keep them here and that would bring them here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to rise and have the opportunity to speak to health care as brought forward by the opposition, the honourable member from Argyle-Barrington, on resolution number 508. Mr. Speaker, health care is important to all of us. We all want our families and friends, our loved ones, to be able to access the care they need and access it when they need it. Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal of work underway to improve and modernize healthcare in Nova Scotia. Healthcare needs are changing, and the way we deliver healthcare is changing. Mr. Speaker, this week I attended an update on the QE2 Health Sciences Centre redevelopment. This development is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to think and rebuild the way we deliver healthcare in Nova Scotia. This massive, multi-year project is laying out how we will meet the healthcare needs of Nova Scotians for the next 50 years. And for the benefit of the opposition, who may not have followed some of the progress, I'll review some of the highlights of the QE2 new generation, the redevelopment of the QE2. Mr. Speaker, several buildings in the QE2 Centre are aging, including the Victoria, the Centennial, and the Dixon buildings. These are found on the Victoria General site. Now, these buildings they've simply reached the end of their shelf life, and they'll eventually come down, with the care and services from there delivered at other hospitals and healthcare facilities that are either being built or renovated, such as the Dartmouth General Hospital. And speaking of the Dartmouth General Hospital, as a proud son of Dartmouth, the City of Lakes, I'm particularly pleased that this government is increasing access to healthcare services in areas. We're doubling the number of operating rooms from 4 to 8. There'll be more than 3,500 more surgeries performed in Dartmouth each year. We're renovating and modernizing spaces throughout the hospital to improve patient privacy and accessibility. Mr. Speaker, the renovated Dartmouth General will provide healthcare services to about 300,000 people per year. And Dartmouthians recognize this and appreciate what their government is doing for them. And Mr. Speaker, in addition to the pride I feel for this work the government is doing for the residents of Dartmouth, I'm also proud that this government recognizes the importance of providing timely and easy access to healthcare services outside the central core of Halifax, Dartmouth. And this includes a new community outpatient centre in Bayers Lake. Many of the same types of clinics and appointments currently offered at the Victoria General and Halifax Infirmary sites will be offered at the new Bayers Lake site. Thousands of Nova Scotians who have to travel to Halifax for certain services. As the member for Chester St. Margaret's, I'm particularly pleased that residents of the South Shore will enjoy improved access to a convenient, state-of-the-art facility with 17 examination rooms, 24 dialysis units, diagnostic imaging, blood collection, and much, much more. 28,000 clinic visits each year, 30,000 X-ray and blood collection visits each year, easy access off the 100 series highways network. Nova Scotians are thrilled that this government is investing, Mr. Speaker, in this new community outpatient centre and in other healthcare services throughout Nova Scotia. But Mr. Speaker, we're not stopping there. We're renovating the Hants Community Hospital in Windsor. The Hants Community Hospital, there'll be approximately 800 more surgeries will be done in Windsor each year, nearly doubling the annual number of procedures, and staff are on track to meet that this year. There's improved inpatient care through 28 hospital beds and long-term facilities for 32 beds. It's going to be reducing wait times and providing another option, particularly for residents of the Annapolis Valley, for where patients can go for surgery and be closer to home. Mr. Speaker, we're also investing in an expansion of the Halifax Infirmary. This includes the construction of an inpatient centre, which is hospital beds and operating rooms, construction of an innovation and learning centre, construction of a new outpatient centre, and most excitedly, the construction of the new QE2 Cancer Centre, moving all cancer care from various sites to the one location. There'll be 33 intensive care units here, 33 ICU beds, 15 intermediate care beds, 28 operating rooms. That's an increase of 12. Inpatient beds will be increased by 180 to 620 beds. Again, we're improving the access, we're investing in the care for Nova Scotians. Now let me make some comments to the Cancer Centre, which I was particularly pleased to attend the announcement of this last week. The QE2 Cancer Centre is currently located at the VG site, the Dixon site, and it will be moved to the Halifax Infirmary site. And this is going to offer all services for cancer care in one location, rather than transferring patients daily back and forth between the two. It will be set up for initial and follow-up visits, including radiation, chemo, and surgical oncology, ear, nose, throat, and gynecological, hematology, palliative care, and supportive care. There will be 48 examination rooms, 15 counseling rooms, and 60 chemotherapy chairs. We're going to be reducing wait time and improving access by providing care and treatment at this one location, eliminating the need to transfer patients between the VG and HI Halifax Infirmary sites. We will also be improving access to telemedicine by implementing state-of-the-art technology so that patients throughout Nova Scotia can gain care without traveling to Halifax. And by having the one site, we'll be allowing teams to work more closely on patient care, improving collaboration between cancer care and other specialties, not to mention improving our research and teaching opportunities on this very, very important healthcare issue of cancer care. With the opening of the outpatient clinic centre at Bayers Lake, though, I just do want to remind the residents of Peninsular Halifax that this is not eliminating outpatient care on the peninsula. There will still be outpatient care. All the services that have previously been provided will still be provided at the infirmary site, including urology, dermatology, orthopedics, cardiac and vascular surgery clinics, dialysis, colonoscopies, oral surgeries, and an eye care centre with 33 examination rooms, 6 operating rooms, diagnostic imaging of x-rays and ultrasounds. In 2017-18, over 400,000 patients visited the VG site for outpatient care. We will be seeing these now consolidated at the Halifax Infirmary site, where nearly 300,000 visits were made in 2017-18. Now, Mr. Speaker, it astonishes me sometimes when I listen to some of the members of the opposition speak about the lack of investment in healthcare services that this government is providing across Nova Scotia. And it particularly astonishes me when I hear some of the critics speaking of healthcare in Cape Breton. Mr. Speaker, I know Cape Bretoners. Half of my family came from Glace Bay and the surrounding areas, and it's a good area. Mr. Speaker, I was listening earlier as the questions were posed to the health minister, and I certainly I heard someone say that perhaps this government is a field of dreams. Well, I know we do build dreams, but I also know we fulfill dreams. That I do know that if we don't build facilities, those doctors won't come here. That's right. And I know that we are building state-of-the-art facilities in Northside and New Waterford. I know that the residents of those areas cared for the facilities that were there. They worked hard to build those. They labored hard. They contributed to the building of those facilities. But those facilities, just like those at the VG site, have aged, and they're out of date, and they cannot provide the services that Cape Bretoners need, both in CBRM and from across the region. And Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is providing state-of-the-art facilities that are going to service Cape Bretoners far better than their current options. And I'm proud of what this government is doing in that area, in Cape Breton. And Cape Bretoners recognize that. Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of comments I'd like to read here. I heard I think the opposition speak here shortly about they were amazed on Sunday night to get a phone call about some changes and quickly phoned the folks they know in the healthcare community in Nova Scotia. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know who they know, because I've got 2 pages worth of comments here from professionals in the healthcare sector in Cape Breton who are talking about this. And let me see here. There's a Dr. Rod McGorry.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It's tough to listen to the remarks that are made not from the Rotary Club, but perhaps from the healthcare professionals. Let's see, what does Dr. Rod have to say here? This is absolutely fantastic for our patients. To get the better care available is nothing but one great positive. Mr. Speaker, that's what this government's focused on. It's on the patient. We're focused on the patient. Dr. Roy, what else does he say here? They're going to get the right care at the right time by the right people, and that's really important. Maybe the opposition doesn't feel that. Maybe the opposition doesn't feel that getting the right care at the right time by the right people matters. But Dr. Rod McGorry certainly does. The benefit to the patient is going to be increased access, especially through the new collaborative care environments that are going to be put together in New Waterford and in Northside. So I don't know who they were listening to on the telephone when they talked to the Rotary Club. Or
the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's has the floor.
But they weren't listening to some of the health professionals here. Let's
Order, please. Order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's has the floor and will keep his comments directed through the chair, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Dr. Paul McDonald, head of internal medicine, a Cape Breton cardiologist. What does he have to say? He says, this is a major improvement to help us take care of patients. I have a number of new specialists coming to our community who are going to practice critical care, pulmonary medicine. And if I don't bring them into this facility that's out of date, or if I bring them into this facility that's out of date, that doesn't have the equipment and the resources that they need, then they're not going to stay. If we don't build it, they're not going to come. Maybe the opposition hasn't heard that. Let's see, what does Dr. Chris Milburn say? ER Chief for the Nova Scotia Health Authority Eastern Zone. What does Dr. Chris have to say here? I think there's an opportunity that if we have collaborative care or better family practice center in New Waterford and in Northside, I think people will actually get better care for the type of problems that they have. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask you, are we focused on the patient or not in this House? Well, I can tell you from this side of the House, we are focused on patient care and doing the right thing for the patients. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member will table those documents that he was quoting from, please. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was going to stand here and say, you know what, I agree with the health minister that we need improvements in health care. I agree, you know, and I agree that, that there are some changes that can be made. But what I don't agree with is members of the opposition telling us what we need in Cape Breton, who they've talked to, and how this is going to improve the health care of Cape Bretoners. Because let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have not heard from one constituent that has been consulted for this new plan. And I've asked and I've asked and I've asked, and nobody can give me an answer. We are not hard to get along with. We are not people that are not willing to accept change for the betterment of our community. But what we need is consultation, Mr. Speaker. We don't need somebody to come in on Black Monday, June 25th, after a colleague from the opposition called me Sunday night at 9 o'clock to ask me if I knew about this announcement. How dare this government come into our community and not inform us prior? That is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? It's just part of this. It's part of this dictatorship that right now, Mr. Speaker, we have going on.
Order, please. I'd like to remind the honourable member from Cape Breton Centre, the word dictatorship is an unparliamentary term, and I'll ask her to retract that. The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Reluctantly, Mr. Speaker, I will retract that remark, but I will look for a synonym. I do respect the chair. Mr. Speaker, this province is in a healthcare crisis. And you know what, to sit there and think that the members opposite can deny that, I just don't believe it for 1 second. You can build all the buildings in the world, but when we pay Nova Scotians $100,000 less, they're not going to come. Mr. Speaker, we need to listen to the doctors, we need to listen to the healthcare professionals, we need to listen to the residents, and by God, there's been not one of my residents or constituents that have been consulted. And I've asked. Every time I'm at the mall or at Sobeys or anywhere, I say, so, what do you think about what's going on in healthcare? Well, you know what? It would have been nice to have been asked. It would have been nice to have had a meeting. It would have been nice to have been consulted. And I've asked, Mr. Speaker, this House to please provide me with names who have been consulted about the closure of my community hospital. And I've not been given the answer. We are not opposed to improvements. We are not opposed to moving forward, but what we are opposed to is not being consulted, not being talked to. This government came in on June 25th. They made an announcement and they walked out. And they didn't even give the members of our community the opportunity to ask a question. The Premier now refers to those background comments as noise. They are not, that's not noise, Mr. Speaker, that is concern. That is scared people who are losing their community hospital, that's all that they know. I've asked the minister several times because my community tells me they know where this new facility is going, they know when it's being built, they know all of this stuff, but yet the Minister of Health is on record as saying he doesn't know any of those answers. So, Mr. Speaker, there's quite a discrepancy here in information. We're just looking for the truth. We're looking for some answers, and we're not looking to be talked to in such a way that what we have to say doesn't matter, because it does, Mr. Speaker. What Cape Bretoners and Nova Scotians have to say about health care, it matters. And you know what? It's funny enough. Somebody just sent me a message, and I said, you know what? How appropriate to receive this right now to talk about this health care crisis. So this person says to me, when I posted about the healthcare crisis and the problems in long-term care. So this person says to me, as a CCA, what you're saying is so true. To spend time with a resident talking and listening to their stories, which are amazing, or helping them with anything else but care, is very rare. Imagine, talking to a resident is very rare. Some long-term care homes still wake people up at 5:30 or 6 o'clock to wash them before back shift goes home because the daytime staff can't handle it. There is just too many of them. If they're not up by 5:30 to get washed and dressed, then they don't. Imagine, so after working all your life in a long-term care facility, if you aren't bathed or bathed and dressed by 5:30 in the morning before back shift goes home, you're in your pajamas in bed for the day. What a disgrace. This government should be embarrassed by that. They have so much work to do in the afternoon that they may not be able to get back to you for the rest of the day. Mr. Speaker, to me, and I really don't care what side of the House should...
Order, please. Like to ask the honourable member to table that document and to reveal the source of the quote.
Right now.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Right now?
Please, just at least reveal the source of the quote. You can table it when you're finished.
Sure. Craig Getz.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the decrease in funding for long-term care, you know, and the member opposite can say how wonderful things are in health care and in long-term care, but I mean, let's face it, this government cut $8 million. $8 million. Now, the time allotted to care for a resident is 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Let's try it. Let's try to get washed and dressed and ready for the day in 6 minutes. $3 million went back into the budget, so that, you know, and this may be the new math that we're talking about, but 8 minus 3 is 5. So I still see a deficit of $5 million. No wonder there's so many, new math. No wonder there's so many bed sores. Seriously. You know, I've talked about residents that I visited that are so sore and in so much pain that they can barely move. And through no fault of the staff, because the staff that we have and the employees at long-term care facilities are doing everything they can. They are remarkable. It's heartbreaking to hear stories from long-term care, from home care workers now, who my grandmother was lucky enough to have a home care worker, and she used to do, she called them the trimmings before the home care worker would come. So she would wipe up the bathroom floor and wipe up the hallway, and basically the home care worker would just come and sit and have tea. Do you know that they're not allowed to do that anymore? Imagine. And this government sits on that side and preaches to us that everything is wonderful in health care. Home care wait time now, from what I understand, is at least 2 months. So people may stay in their homes longer, but when the home care worker does eventually get to your home, they come in, they do their work, and they leave, and God forbid that they say hello or how are you today, because they are not allowed. And then we can talk about emergency rooms. You know, my emergency room in New Waterford is closing. Of course, the mobile care team unit that we told was being reassessed month after month after month has been closed, I want to say, since well over a year. We told it was just being reassessed, but we knew what it meant. The residents knew what it meant. The writing is on the wall. And Cape Bretoners, for the most part, believe it or not, are complacent, especially the people in New Waterford. We're polite. We say please and thank you, and we don't like to rattle any feathers. Clearly, I don't know where I came from. Regardless, the people of New Waterford are losing their emergency room. And as my colleague opposite said, we are losing 26 inpatient beds. We are losing 24 long-term care beds. Yes, we're getting 48, but we have 20 people waiting in an acute care bed for long-term care beds. When we talk about improving long-term care, we talk about hundreds of beds, not 50, when those 50 are already accounted for. They're already spoken for because there's already more than 50 people in long-term care in Northside, in New Waterford, waiting. How can the member opposite get up and say this is a good thing? So aside from the ER closures in Glace Bay, in New Waterford, and in North Sydney consistently over the summer, we have an emergency room at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital that is so backed up that we admit patients to ice machine 1, ice machine 2, ward clerk 1, ward clerk 2. So if anybody can imagine that, that's exactly what it is. There's a ward clerk desk in the middle of the emergency room, and ward clerk 1 patient is here, ward clerk 2 patient is there. And there's 2 patients by the emergency room. The overflow department is filled, as well as the ambulatory care department is full with overflow patients that we have nowhere for these inpatients to go. So when the government tells me that we're going to increase the space, where? Where are we going to go? Up? I don't know. Where are we going to go? And these 26 patients who are in acute care in New Waterford, you know, are typically 80, 90 years old, most of them waiting for a long-term care bed with their loved one at home that can't drive. So now we're going to put them God knows where, maybe Glace Bay, who knows, and I guess they'll just never see their loved one again because they can't drive there. You have no idea, Mr. Speaker, what we are losing as a community. People think I'm just against the new health centre. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. When I would love to be included, would love to be informed, because it's my constituency, and I think that, you know, that's only proper, but why be included, you know, when something's going on in your own constituency? People like to be informed, as would I with this new plan, you know, and I could help to support. But what I cannot support, Mr. Speaker, is taking away our emergency room. Opening a new facility does not mean that we have to lose another. Where else in this province are we seeing, well, we will be soon in, I'm sure, the member from Shelburne, Queen Shelburne, I'm sure she will be seeing something similar any day soon, because this hospital closure, it's coming to a town near you. And then we can talk about the amount of people in long-term care who are in emergency rooms waiting for placement. No wonder the emergency room is backed up. When the emergency room beds are filled with long-term care patients. At the meeting in North Sydney last week, Dr. Margaret Fraser said, and I quote, a patient came in with pneumonia. He was in his late 70s, and because there was no space in the emergency room, I took him into the staff washroom to examine him. What part of that is wonderful, I have to ask my colleagues across the floor? What part of healthcare is wonderful that you are examining a man in a staff washroom? There is no amount of rhetoric or lots of words that is going to make this sound any better than it is, because it's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful that we are treating the residents of Nova Scotia like this. And at no point, Mr. Speaker, should a balanced budget or a surplus budget come at the cost of one person's life. One person's life is not worth a balanced budget. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we have people come to us, and I'm sure my colleague from Northside Westmount has had the same information. We have doctors telling us that people in Nova Scotia are dying needlessly because they can't get the care. They're dying because they can't get an appointment. They're dying because they don't get the proper testing. We have people calling our office, telling us, begging us for help because they're afraid their loved one is going to die because they can't get the proper service. Mr. Speaker, and that's, you know what, I don't even have time to get into mental health, but what I can say is for youth and mental health, for youth who are in crisis, we have nothing here in Nova Scotia. We have nothing. I don't know if any of my colleagues across the way who think healthcare is so wonderful have ever had a call from a constituent on a Friday afternoon saying their daughter is about to commit suicide. What should I do? So you can call the IWK and you can hope that they call you back. You can get in a car and hope that they don't kill themselves by the time you get to Halifax, or just talk them through it. I said, you know what, I'm sorry, but I don't have the answer to that. I really don't have the answer to that. And Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm looking for, answers. Sunday, that's what I'm looking for, answers. Sunday, my constituents are looking for answers. Willingly to work with this government to provide these answers, but we cannot get them, Mr. Speaker. We shouldn't have to, it shouldn't have to come to this. I've said it before and I will say it again. I thought when I came here, it would be to work together to find answers for the betterment of Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, to say I'm disenchanted or disheartened is an understatement. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that it is not a pleasure to stand here today and talk to Resolution 508. Actually, it's a shame that we even have to have this conversation. Healthcare in Nova Scotia is probably the most predominant issue that any of us in any of our constituencies hear about. I know in my constituency, which is basically a rural constituency, I hear on a daily basis of people that have health care concerns. I stood and I listened to the member from Chester St. Margaret's give a wholesale list of buildings, equipment, procedures, all that the government has invested in. Not once, Mr. Speaker, not once did I hear that member talk about an investment in people, skilled physicians, nurses, and healthcare workers. The very glue that keeps the system alive. Yes, we need healthcare facilities, there's no question. But Mr. Speaker, we need professionals. I know you'll find this hard to believe, Mr. Speaker, but in my time as an MLA, I have never yet had anyone call me up and ask how to get a brick. But they did ask, where can I find a doctor? Bricks and mortar are only a part of the solution. And we need to be working on the whole equation, not just one part. The people that I represent, and I'm very lucky and very proud to be able to do so, they're looking for a doctor today. Not a healthcare facility 3 years down the road or 5 years down the road. They need a doctor today. I had a doctor come to my office not very long ago, 82 years old, been practicing medicine in the Sydney area for 50 years. Said to me, when I came to help patients. At this stage in my life, they're not patients anymore, they're friends. And these friends need someone that's able to at least write them a prescription or refer them to a specialist so that they have some kind of care. And Mr. Speaker, that's the reality that people are dealing with. Not about bricks and mortar, not about being able to say that, oh, we got a nice new building. They want to have a doctor that they can go and see. And if they need to go to a specialist, can be referred to them. If they need to have a mammogram, that the doctor will be there to receive the report on that individual. But Mr. Speaker, that's not where we're at. Just prior to the last sitting of this House, at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, there are 33 emergency room beds in that hospital. That sounds like a huge number. Do you know that, Mr. Speaker, on one occasion, for several days, 27 of those beds, 27, were occupied by people waiting for admission into the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. That left 6 beds, 6, for individuals to get emergency room treatment in. You know what's really the kicker about this, Mr. Speaker? Upstairs in the regional hospital, there were over 50 people looking for long-term care beds, something that this government says we don't have. They announced that we're going to build 2 new long-term care facilities in Cape Breton Island, and that's a welcomed addition. What they fail to tell people is those beds are already claimed. The people that are in long-term care in New Waterford and the north side, well, the people that will be moving into those beds, or at least that's the hope, because they're going to tear down the building they're in, so hopefully they're going to put them somewhere where there's a roof over their head. But, Mr. Speaker, those are the realities that the people are dealing with. We heard in this House about a little girl who had to come all the way to Halifax because she couldn't get an anesthesiologist at the hospital in Sydney. That shouldn't be, Mr. Speaker. We hear about ambulances lined up and waiting for individuals to get at least triaged so they can be put in the hospital. But as long as those ambulances are waiting, Mr. Speaker, they're out of service. And sickness and accidents don't wait because the ambulances are waiting for someone to get triaged. There's still a need, Mr. Speaker. There's a need today, right now. So when this government talks about, oh, we're building new facilities, good. We're getting state-of-the-art equipment, good. But the question is, the real question, at least for me and for the people that I represent, is who's going to operate those facilities? Who's going to operate that equipment? But more importantly, who is it that's going to actually refer me to the services that these buildings are going to provide? My colleague from Northside Westmount told us the story about the senior that ended up having to come all the way to Halifax, being bounced around to 3 or 4 hospitals before they came. In this House, just recently, Mr. Speaker, I brought up the issue of a lady who was a perfect match for her brother who needed a liver transplant and said they were waiting on OR time. And after a year and a half, with a perfect match, they were still waiting for that OR time. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. And I heard the minister say in a response to some questions that indeed there are many factors that come into play. And I don't doubt that. But a year and a half? I think that's not a reasonable expectation for anybody. And for somebody to be sitting there and watching their brother, a loved one, deteriorate right before their eyes, knowing that you're sitting there with the solution in your own body, that's not what we need. And that's not what I'm sure this government is striving for. And one would say, well, maybe that's the exception to the rule. But we've had several others who have come forward with the same type of problem, with the same issue, saying they're waiting and not even getting communicated to by the NSHO. Now, Mr. Speaker, back in the old days, before this government fixed the problems, we were able to get decisions on a local basis. We were able to find out what was going on. And we were able to put an argument forward if we thought that someone was being treated unjustly. That doesn't happen anymore, Mr. Speaker. That doesn't happen anymore. And you know, at that health authority over in Bears Lake, there's some really good people working in that building. They're excellent people, but they need to be allowed to do their jobs. And they need to be allowed to communicate with the people that are on the ground. And they need to have the supports that they need to make the ground work. Not everybody, Mr. Speaker, can afford to get in a car and drive to Halifax for an appointment. People can't always drive to Sydney if they live in Inverness or north of Smoky or Petit de Gras. They might not have the resources to do that. And those are the kind of things that we need to take into account. The definition of insanity, according to Einstein, is to do the same thing over and over again and to expect a different result. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are doing the same thing over and over again, and we are not getting a different result. As a matter of fact, the results are getting worse. My friend, a very good friend of mine, came to me on Monday evening and said, look, we lost our doctor again. Oh, and by the way, he lives in Myra and he was traveling all the way to Bedeck to get to a doctor. His wife doctors had been on the north side, got sick, canceled the practice, so the doctor in Bedeck took on his wife. Everybody would say, hey, that's a good thing. Now the doctor in Bedeck is leaving because they're overworked and underpaid. Because the new doctors, the young doctors that are coming into the system, they need and deserve to have a life as well. But we as a province, not government, not opposition, all of us have to work at making this an enticing place for them to come. The minister will stand in the House on many occasions and really be quite proud of the fact that we've added more seats to the Dal Medical School. And that's a good thing. The sad reality is there's no guarantees that those seats are going to go to Nova Scotians. There's no guarantees that those people that get those seats will stay in Nova Scotia. Now, I know that there are many different factions between the College of Physicians and Servants, the Department of Health, the Health Authority, the Minister of Health, Dalhousie University. All of those go into these factors. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? If there's political will to make a difference in how we get doctors to Nova Scotia, how we educate doctors to Nova Scotia, that will make it easier. It will still be a daunting task, but it will be a task that we collectively in this chamber should be working on for the people of the province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, just recently I attended a healthcare rally on the north side. One I think that the Minister of Health had been invited to, but his schedule wouldn't allow him to be there. But I have good news for him. There's another one this Sunday in New Waterford, and he would be more than welcome there. As would the member from Chester St. Margaret's, who knows Cape Breton so well. He would be more than welcome to come and hear what the other people are saying, not the handful of people that he read into the public record here in the province of Nova Scotia. But, Mr. Speaker, when we were on the north side, in the George McNeil Arena, at the Cape Breton exhibition site, the stands were full. People were there, not because they were happy about the fact that there was mortar and bricks coming, not because the member from Chester St. Margaret's knows them so well. They were there because they need a doctor. They don't need a doctor tomorrow, as I've said many times. They don't need them the next day. They need a doctor now. And for every time that an individual in Nova Scotia, regardless of who or he or she is or where they live, when they go without health care, our whole province pays a price. So this Sunday, we have an opportunity to again voice the concerns of the people that we represent. Because I'm here to represent the individuals that elected me, not to represent my party, to represent the people that put me here. And I would suggest to the members of this government that they should think about how they got here, what the needs of the people that put them here are, and how are you going to address that And it is not, my friends, it is not bricks and mortar. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the discussion on that bill. Can you call Bill 33, the Personal Health Information Act?
Well, now call Bill number 33, the Personal Health Information Act. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand and speak a few moments to the bill that we introduced a number of weeks ago pertaining to personal health information. You know, information about our health is probably the most sensitive information that we have. There are some instances, I'm sure, where we share maybe too much of ourselves with our friends, but I'm sure there are things that we discuss with our doctors, with our healthcare professionals, with our pharmacists that, of course, that we want to keep on the record and not necessarily in the public. You know, we share it with very few people. And when we do, we expect that information to be safeguarded and, of course, treated with the respect that it is due. Now, in our modern world, delivery of health care is increasingly tied to electronic health records. And that means custodians of electronic health records must take responsibility very seriously and anticipate and plan for breaches and unauthorized users. You know, it wasn't so long ago, well, many years ago now, I guess, when you look at it, that we as a province have been looking at the issue of electronic medical records, EMRs, so that when we present to different places, when we present to community health clinics, whether we present at an emergency room, whether we present to a specialist, that information should be all captured in one place so that all of those health professionals have access to it. Quite honestly, it is, I would say, incredible to think that we're 2018 and my medical record is still, and God bless my doctor. I love my doctor. I think we've been together for a long time. But my record sits in a binder or in a package on a shelf in her office. That's part of the medical record that belongs to me and belongs to her. There's another chunk of it, of course, that belongs to the electronic world, which is falling under the pharmacists have access to, and then maybe some other minor pieces that, had I shown up to the emergency room, that would be contained in another record somewhere else. But did you know that should I get sick, whether I have a chronic illness or what have you, and I would present to another hospital, let's say in Vancouver, there is no way for the doctor in Vancouver to know what my medical conditions are. It would sort of be, and I think the example, I remember going to an EMR conference in Alberta once, and it was sort of like, you know, if you were flying somewhere, if there was no central information system for the airline industry, that you would show up to the airport here in Halifax, and you would sort of present your information, and I want to go to BC, and the flight, the person at the kiosk would say, well, listen, I can't get you that far, but I can get you to Toronto. So you would fly to Toronto, you would have to go back out, go back to the kiosk, tell that person I want to go to Vancouver. That person would say, well, listen, I can get you as far as Winnipeg, and they would sort of fill that information, get you as far as Winnipeg, and you would have to do it again to get all the way to Vancouver. That would be insane. They have central booking systems that we all have access, but we as Canadians actually don't have access to that kind of EMR. Now, from a population health standpoint, there are some huge benefits in having an EMR. And an EMR, you know, is able to access a wash of names, the incidence of other chronic diseases. I mean, we have chronic diseases that that other provinces don't face with. I mean, there are some the same, the diabetes, the cancers, the emphysemas, you know, we can go on and over a number, but from a public health standpoint, there are some informations that we should have access as a Department of Health, as a government, that we can make decisions on public health, that we might think that, you know, listen, there's some incidents of a different type of influenza, or, you know, measles has shown up in it. There should be ways that an EMR can work on behalf and in benefit of our population, but we don't have one of those. All we have are these fractured systems. And quite honestly, to the point that we're really trying to make in this bill, is that we have fractured system that didn't work, quite honestly. One that someone was able to access and get private information about a number of people. So in August is when we found out about this breach of information. August 1st, the FOIPOP commissioner, the privacy commissioner, released a report outlining her investigation on a serious breach. Members will remember that a pharmacist engaged in unauthorized access to sensitive information of 39 Nova Scotians over a 2-year period. Now, who did she access? This is why it makes it that much more important that these things keep your information safe. She looked at the information of her child's girlfriend and her parents. Of course, she would only basically be able to see basically the drug side of that information, as she was a pharmacist. But can you imagine if you do have some kind of chronic disease, you have a mental health issue, those things would show on that medication list. She looked at some of her child's friends and acquaintances. She looked at an individual that she had been involved in a car accident with. She looked at a number of her teachers and former teachers of her child's. She looked at relatives, including some deceased relatives. She looked at her and her family's healthcare providers. She looked at former high school classmate who had recently suffered a significant illness. And she looked at the personal health information of her coworkers. And you know, that profile contains a lot of information. In this particular case, it holds on to identifier information, name, date, gender, prescription history, prescription monitoring program alerts, because of course that is the sort of, remember, we all have to put, if you're on a controlled substance, it goes to a different registry. Allergies, adverse reactions, medical conditions, immunization history, services provided by the pharmacist, observation, and of course notes. And again, like I said, we can think of all our own medical histories. Most would contain information that we believe is on a need-to-know basis with medical professionals. It's not meant to be available to inquiring minds, kind of a personal information tourism. You know, there's an unwritten contract between Nova Scotians and their government that, of course, the public health information will be kept private. It shouldn't be available to just anyone with the right initials after their name. And there has to be a contract with those individuals on how they access and use our information. And I know a lot of us had the opportunity to do the take your MLA to work day that the Pharmacy Association did. And you can understand the complexity of the system that they use. And of course, some of us maybe have saw how that information was filled out. And you can only imagine what kind of information was there for you. And we know this is a high-paced job. In many cases, pharmacists are filling out hundreds of prescriptions a day, hundreds of scripts a day, and maybe don't have time to really look closely at your information. We do want them to see a little bit of it, of course, as they make decisions around interactions with other drugs, the possibility of adverse reaction, and those kinds of things. But we don't want them to be sitting there and checking out the information with you that, you know, listen, My daughter is now seeing your son. You know, is there any mental health issues within your family that I need to be aware of? So the Commissioner found a few interesting points in her investigation. That the Department of Health does not have an adequate or effective breach investigation protocol. And as a result, the DHW failed to identify all affected individuals and failed to provide notification at the first reasonable opportunity, as required by law. While there are some effective administrative safeguards in place, they were not effectively used, nor are they not sufficient to protect Nova Scotians from this type of snooping behaviour. The Department of Health failed to adequately audit the organization who has been granted access to the drug information system. And the Department of Health does not have sufficient safeguards in place to protect the database content of its broadly defined electronic health information systems. There's a lot of faults within this breach that we found out about. So to sum it up, the investigation found that the department doesn't have an adequate protocol when information is breached. The safeguards didn't protect health information, and the government doesn't have protection in place for information held in electronic health records. It kind of flies in the face of my first part that we said we need to have more more ways of keeping our information on one side, when on the other side, we really can't manage the systems we have today. So, in our helpful way, the opposition is offering a little bit of help here to try to help and fix some of the holes and some of the problems that were identified. It requires people to notify the Privacy Commissioner and the custodian of the information when there is a breach. It requires notification of the Privacy Commissioner and the individuals whose information has been breached, where there is potential for harm or embarrassment of that individual. It gives the Privacy Commissioner the power to require people to produce relevant records when they're trying to do their job. And the Personal Health Information Act does not specify the maximum amount of time between an alleged offence and the laying of a charge under the Act. The default is 6 months. So in the case of the pharmacists, it was more than 6 months before the offence was even discovered and investigated. So of course that causes us concern that we should have a better handle of our system to know when these kinds of accesses are happening. Bill 33 puts Nova Scotia in line with other provinces by specifying that charges must be laid within 2 years of the offence. These are all common sense precautions to keep personal, sensitive health information private. And of course, I ask that we do support this bill. You know, again, you know, this is an interesting discussion because we continue to talk about privacy issues. We continue to talk about the Privacy Commissioner. Again, through the website, that is her identification. That is what the website says. That is what, Mr. Speaker, this individual is called in other jurisdictions except for Nova Scotia. And if there's a secondary ask that I can take in this discussion, the 2 minutes that I have left, is that we seriously need to look at the recommendations of the Privacy Commissioner. And the basic one is making her an officer of this House of Assembly, so that that person can no longer have to filter their thoughts through a minister, that when there are serious problems with a government program, that person is able to come directly to us in this House of Assembly, not unlike what the Auditor General does. That is what that individual has been asking for a number of years, and I think that we should accord her and her successor, whoever that may be, that we should accord them with that thought, with that power, not only to identify issues, but also the information that she needs to do the research on complex issues like we have before us. She is not accorded the full scope of what an Auditor General, for example, is offered from the act that he or she has in this province. You know, that it does beg the question that when we talk about transparency and access to information, that we have to continually bring these kind of issues to the floor of the House of Assembly to have a wholesome discussion when we do have a privacy commissioner in all rights of that, except for that capability to come directly before us here in the House of Assembly without the encumbrance of a majority Liberal government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill number 33, an act to amend Chapter 41 of the Act 2010, the Personal Health Information Act. And I thank the member from Argyll-Barrington for bringing this bill. And I just wanted really to start by saying that the privacy of personal health information is a very serious and very we take it very seriously, and it's a very important thing to Canadians and to Nova Scotians. In fact, the first thing that I learned as an interpreter was confidentiality, and how important confidentiality is when we are dealing with medical information of patients. And I started actually my every assignment as an interpreter is to speak to the Arabic person, to explain to them that if I see you in the street, that I will not speak to you or say hello until you smile at me, but will never, I'm not allowed to do this, I'm not allowed to do that, and it's not being, you know, in our culture that is being rude, but that is what we're taught here, that confidentiality comes first when you're working in health. And it is a very important aspect of all health professionals, and they know that very well. And the breach that happened with pharmacy was a very shocking in a way, because from the pharmacists that I know and I've dealt with, they have the highest standards of confidentiality that I've ever come across. And I think most of us have. We're very grateful to our pharmacists for the work they do and for how they keep our information confidential. The department, the 10 recommendations that were brought by the Office of the Information and Privacy Commission were all wonderful recommendations, and the Health Department have agreed on I believe all of them, 9 out of 10, and working on the number 10. They are all very good recommendations, and most of them either have been, we are doing, or we just need a refresher to make sure we're doing them. For example, the first one, the Drug Information System Breach Investigation Protocol, the Office of the Information Privacy recommended that we require that the Health Privacy Office of the Department of Health and Wellness lead the privacy breach investigation. And that is what is happening. Ensure that the Health Privacy Office has the authority to determine corrective action. And that is also, she was given the authority to determine corrective action. So a lot of the recommendations are being taken seriously and they are doing them. The second recommendation was the containment of information, and that one also was very well received, and patient records were reviewed and individuals were notified with the breach. The system was followed, and very similar to what the recommendation was given. There was also the recommendation, I believe, number 4 was privacy breach notification. And she recommended that the notification should happen within days, not weeks. And that is something that the department is working on, and making sure that it happens that way, that we shouldn't wait until everybody is identified before we notify. We should be almost simultaneously notifying the ones that we already identified and continue to find others that we need to identify. A clear, specific statement about what occurred has to be included and also information about what the individual can do to mitigate potential harm. All this information is provided as part of the notification. A clear and specific statement about steps taken to contain the breach and prevent it from happening in the future. These are wonderful recommendations and are taken very seriously by the department. We have also, work has begun to develop an audit framework that will ensure we have the necessary protocol and resources to support investigations. All individuals whose information was breached were provided with contact information if they had additional questions or concerns. We will connect with them to follow up on the report. The Fair Warning IT platform has been moved from the Nova Scotia Health Authority to the Department of Health and Wellness to allow us to better customize reports and training, as has been increased. We also have the training, I believe, is one of her recommendations as well. She recommends that the Drug Information System user training, which was confirmed that the existing training include the privacy and confidentiality, does include the following. Individuals are currently a customer of your pharmacy, that all the information that is necessary for pharmacists or any health professional who is accessing the drug information system. These are put in place and are already in our training that the health professionals are receiving in regards to that system. We also have other recommendations as well. We've been auditing the drug information system for over 2 years, and this is the first breach of its kind. It is really a very unusual breach that has happened, and it brought I know that my daughter, who's a pharmacist, when she found out, she was so upset that, for her profession, she knows the quality of the people that she has been working with for the last 2 or 3 years, that this is so unusual for somebody to do what this one pharmacist has done. So we don't want to taint our health professionals who are all very conscious of the privacy and confidentiality, and this is something that hopefully as a one bad apple that has brought few items that we need to make sure and review. And the department is doing a lot of work, and they're adding additional resources to increase our capacity to investigate. They have added new staff and consultants to make sure that this is happening. They're sending a notification to drug information system organizations to remind them of their agreed responsibility under the Joint Service and Access Policy. This is a very important point, and I believe all the users of this system, of the drug information system, have all almost woken up after this incident, and they're using a lot of training within the pharmacies and making sure that they have protocols and ways of finding any breaches ahead of time. So things are working both in collaboration between the users of the system as well as the department, and they're working very well together to make sure that these protocols and resources to support all investigations are available. All individuals whose information was breached were provided with contact information if they had any additional questions or concerns. We will connect with them to follow up on the report as well. There's also many other information here that it was recommended from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commission. We are also in In 2017, 2018, there were 3 reactive audits. All 3 includes this one, result in the information of a privacy breach. Action was taken in each case. So and any breach that has happened, there was an action taken right away on them. There is also, I just want to finally say that the privacy of personal health information to the health department and to all the departments in government here is a we take personal information very, very seriously, whether it was in health or community services. This is something that we teach our professionals right from school and at work. I know it is embedded in them, and I hope this will continue to be something that that the department continues to work on and improve. As the system, as my colleague was saying, it is, we're trying to get more information online. We're trying to get access to all this information, but we also have to make sure that as we increase access, that we're having ways to control the confidentiality issue and the privacy issue. And I know that my colleague brought up the fact that his information is with the doctor, is in a hard copy file, and if he goes to a doctor in Vancouver, it's very hard to access this information. I know with a lot of the patients that I worked with who moved from one province to the other, the doctors would connect, will tell the patient, once you get there and you find a doctor and have your own doctor, then contact us and we will internally send the information to the doctor who will be looking after you, especially in cases of chronic disease. And the health departments within provinces, they work very hard on this. And I've had, I've seen it with my own eyes, as they say, how well this information is transferred in a very confidential manner. They don't give it to the patient, but they transfer it from one doctor to the other so that the new doctor will be able to have all the records that this patient has. So with that, I would like to take my seat and thank the department for all the work that they're doing, and I thank my colleague for bringing this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to the Personal Health Information Act introduced by my colleague, the member for Argyll-Barrington. In 2010, the NDP government introduced the act that's proposed to be amended here, the Personal Health Information Act. And the government did that because they recognized the need for a legislative framework to balance patient privacy and the need for healthcare professionals to access information in ways that could improve care. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that we were somewhat prescient in that regard. We saw the issues that might be coming forward around health information, and we tried to act. Unfortunately, as we've heard in today's comments, there's policy and procedure, there's the good efforts of professionals, and then there's legislation. And in order for things to actually function properly, all 3 of those things need to be in working order. We know that at least 2 of them were out of whack in the issue with the breach that we were just discussing. So we see that this is an effort to put the third in, to fix at least that third piece. From our perspective, the Act is pretty good, but of course legislation changes and there's always ways to improve it. We recognize part of the reason for introducing this Act was the recognition also that health information is important for research, not just the planning and management of the healthcare system. And a central part of this is the right of each individual to their own information. Mr. Speaker, that information exists in this Act. In Section 69, it's clear that individuals must be noticed if their information must be given notice if their information is lost, stolen, or accessed in an unauthorized manner. We know that that was not immediately the case in this last situation and breach, but it ought to have been. They also need to notify the custodian in the event of the lost, stolen, or unauthorized access of information. Mr. Speaker, the review officer, as contemplated in this legislation that's before us now, does already have the authority to initiate an investigation, require records to be produced. And so, again, Mr. Speaker, I think most of the elements of this Act have been contemplated in the existing Act, but we're pleased to have a chance to rise and discuss it further today. We are lucky here in Nova Scotia that despite the challenges in our healthcare system, many of which we've talked about today, we do still have some world-class tertiary care centres and a wonderful hospital and teaching medical school and teaching hospitals. And so this research is important, and it's important to talk about what we do with our information. The reality of information, and especially digital information in 2018 is certainly different, Mr. Speaker, than it was in 2010. But nonetheless, I think it is worth noting that we have been contemplating this for quite some time. And Mr. Speaker, it is timely because we've seen in the last couple of sittings of this Legislative Assembly a discussion of the myriad issues around privacy that we have in the current government context. We have the breach of people's information by the Sobeys Pharmacy, which we've discussed. We have the lax conditions around the FOIPOP site, which led to its accidental unauthorized access and later persecution of a poor teenager for that access. And in general, sloppy handling of personal information. And so by all means, it's important that we talk about how to protect people's personal information and especially health information. And Mr. Speaker, I had an experience of that myself when I went to register my children for the Excel program with the Halifax Regional Centre for Education several months ago. When I went, after I logged in, I saw someone else's another child's information in the fields that I was meant to fill out. Their health card number, their allergies, all kinds of personal information that could have been used to identify them. Luckily, it was me and not someone else, but we do know that we have a long way to go in protecting information. And there's another element to this, Mr. Speaker, which is in this situation that we find ourselves in now in Nova Scotia, where we have tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 people without a family doctor. Many of those people have records that are just floating around in the air, Mr. Speaker. They're orphaned, so to speak. And it's important that we talk about what to do with those records, how those records are protected. We're proud of the Act that we introduced, but we recognize, Mr. Speaker, the need for constant improvement. Legislation is a living thing, but as I started with, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here with the caucus whose government introduced the original Act that we're discussing today. We are happy to be discussing issues of privacy, particularly given the context of the many privacy issues we've faced here. We're pleased that it's being given its day for discussion. So with those comments, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today to talk about Bill number 33, an Act to amend Chapter 41 of the Acts of 2010, the Personal Health Information Act. This is a very simple bill with a very serious purpose. And for those who aren't health professionals in the legislature, I want to share something with you that you may not be aware. It is incredibly easy to access somebody else's health information. If you work in a hospital, charts are left out. You can walk into a nursing station if you have the right get-up on. There's pieces of information in a patient's hospital room. There are things left out in a rehabilitation room. Health professionals are told, and as the member from Clayton Park West mentioned, they are told from the very beginning of their training to control and to guard health information with their lives. But as somebody who practiced in that field for 34 years, I can tell you it is really easy to access somebody else's health information. When we get trained how to use the computerized health information system at the Nova Scotia Health Authority, we were told, you will get fired if you access somebody else's health information. Well, I can tell you, it happened. People didn't get fired. So the threat of what would happen if you access somebody else's health information was not something that people take seriously then, and they don't take it now, because there are very few health consequences, consequences to a health member who accesses somebody else's information. It's as simple as opening up a chart and taking a quick peek. Happens far more often than any of you want to know. And as the member from Dartmouth South mentioned, legislation is a living thing. Times have changed with faxes, emails, My Health NS. We want greater access. As a physiotherapist, if I wanted to look at your knee x-ray, I had to get my receptionist to call your family doctor to get him to fax the information. I had to submit a consent form to make sure that I wasn't accessing something I didn't have permission to access, and then it would be faxed to me. Well, there's a whole lot of potential there for slip-up. The wrong number gets pressed in for a fax number. An email gets sent to the wrong person. There is all sorts of opportunity every single day by every single health professional to inadvertently share the wrong information. But who cares if nothing happens to the person who inadvertently did it? They may have done it by accident, but there needs to be consequences, and Bill 33 addresses that. It's a simple amendment. I'm at a loss as to why the government would be opposed to it. I didn't hear them speak in favor of it, so I'm making an assumption. So I would be delighted to be surprised that they were in favor of it. I don't know any Nova Scotian who would understand any opposition to this, because all you're asking is that they be notified in a timely fashion and that something happened to the person who broke the rules. If you are somebody who was involved in a motor vehicle accident, maybe somebody who works for the insurance company wants a little information on you that might help in the case against you. Maybe the banking information system wants to know if you'd be a good risk for your mortgage or your disability benefits. This is a serious issue that affects every single person in this province. And all we're being asked is to say yes to somebody being notified. So, Mr. Speaker, I will have a hard time explaining to my constituents why the government didn't support this when it's such an important issue. And again, the member from Clayton Park West raised an important point again. And she said this was the first really serious breach. And I agree with that. This is something that affected a lot of people. I don't know of any health professional out there who would want to hurt people by revealing information. And I know that there are times when any number of health professionals may have inadvertently done so and they would have been mortified. But there are some people out there who are doing it deliberately, and those are the people we're talking about with this. Not the person who left a chart open and somebody noticed it. The other thing that we haven't actually mentioned here, and I want to bring it up, is there's verbal breach of information. And the one that I can think of that was the most egregious was, I'm aging myself now, 33 years ago. I was in in London, Ontario, and I was in pre-opping a patient late at night who was going for heart surgery the next day. And the nursing station was right next to the hallway, and the man's wife was pacing up and down the hallway until I was finished. And the nurses were sitting at the nursing station, and one of them said to the other one, you know, with his health history, there's no way he's going to survive that surgery. And they went on to talk about some of the tests that he had done. Anybody walking down the hall could have heard that, but the wife heard it. And she came charging into the room and said to her husband, you can't have the surgery, they think you're going to die. Well, you know, we managed to calm her down. They were disciplined right away because it was horrible. It was a breach of information that was shared in a way it should never have been done. There are lots of breaches. You know, we were actually warned, if you're going to talk to a colleague about a patient, about their condition and maybe looking for some help in managing their condition, you might talk about it. Well, you might be talking about it in the elevator or walking down the hall, and you never know who happens to be getting on that elevator with you. So there are verbal breaches of information, not just written. And there are maybe computer breaches where you meant to fax it to one number and it went to another. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you happen to fax my medical information to someone other than the person it was meant to be going to, I deserve to know that. We do want greater access. I would love to see my blood work come straight to my cell phone. As soon as it's been diagnosed and sent to the doctor, I'd love to have that copy. We know that when there are breaches on Facebook or Amazon or any bank gets breached, every single person is notified right away. I fail to see why we would not do the same thing for health information. We have the right to believe that our health information is protected, but we are human and mistakes do get made. If you come to me 2 years after the breach was done and I find out, I'm not going to be happy because I might have needed to have taken steps to protect myself from whatever that information was about. It may have been leaked to an employer who was thinking about hiring me. It may have been leaked to a disability case manager who was reviewing my case. We have no idea where the breaches will occur in the future, but this is a bill that plugs a hole in a living document, as the member previously stated. So the purpose of this bill is to increase safety at a time when we are increasing access to medical records. And I think it's an important bill, and I'm going to encourage everyone on the government as well as the opposition side to pass the bill. And as always, I will allow them to explain it to Nova Scotians if they choose not to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That concludes opposition business for today. I would now turn over to the House Leader for the government to get further direction.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills.
The House will now recess for a few minutes while it resolves itself into the committee of the whole House on bills.
Oops,
I call order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 17, an act to incorporate the Kensingville Cemetery Company?
I call Bill number 17, an act to incorporate the Kensingville Cemetery Company.
Question.
The Clerk.
Madam Chair, this bill originally had 8 clauses. An additional clause was added in the Private and Local Bills Committee, which has the effect of adding the following section to the Act. 10A11, the trustees may make bylaws not inconsistent with this Act or the laws of the province respecting A, the management and care of the cemetery, B, the ornamenting, improving or laying out of lots, C, the regulation of all matters essential to the management of the cemetery, and 2, the bylaws are of no effect until approved by the members of the corporation.
Shall Clause 1 carry? Question? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried.
Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 79, the Motor Vehicle Act?
I call Bill number 79, the Motor Vehicle Act. The Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 79 contains 7 clauses and was referred back from the Committee on Law Amendments without any amendments.
Shall Clause 1 carry?
Carry.
Shall the remaining clauses carry?
Carry.
Shall the title carry?
Carry.
Shall the bill carry?
Carry.
The bill is carried.
Now we'll go to the secretary. All right, now the fun begins.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call Bill number 80, the Traffic Safety Act?
I call Bill number 80, the Traffic Safety Act. The Clerk.
Madam Chair, Bill number 80 has 386 clauses and was referred back from the Law Amendments Committee without any amendments.
Shall Clause 1 to 22 carry?
Carry.
Shall Clause 23 carry?
Carry.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move an amendment to subclause, so I draw your attention to CWHB NDP-1. On page 19, subclause 23, sub 4, line 2, delete 50 and substitute 30. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to be able to sit on the Law Amendments Committee where I had the opportunity to move this amendment earlier. This was a change that was requested by several of the presenters to the committee on that day, one that has been routinely requested by many Nova Scotia municipalities, including most notably the Halifax Regional Municipality, who's been pushing hard for this. We heard from the Ecology Action Centre, Bicycle Nova Scotia, the Crosswalk Safety Society, as well as many individuals. And the change that they all requested was that the municipality have the power to lower speed limits. Right now, this says delete 50 and substitute 30. Right now, they can set speed limits between 50 and 80 kilometers an hour, Madam Chair. All we're asking is that the government consider allowing municipalities to set lower speed limits. I know in HRM, they're talking about a street design that would be specifically geared towards a 30 to 40 kilometer per hour speed limit. There is a provision where they can apply to the province, but anecdotally, Madam Chair, that's been frustrating, and I think particularly in the case of HRM, which has a robust staff and a lot of expertise around traffic and transportation, it feels frankly unnecessary. This is particularly important because we know, and the WHO and others have facts about the safety of surviving a collision at different speeds. So to be hit by a vehicle at 50 kilometers an hour, I think you have less than a 50% chance of surviving that. A 5% cut in average speed can result in a 30% reduction of the fatalities when being hit by that speed. So this is an issue of safety. This is something a lot of communities are asking for. The argument against it that we've heard, Madam Chair, is around consistency. I don't know if any of you have ever taken the Magazine Hill in that small stretch where it goes from 90 to 60. I mean, we don't really have consistency now. We need to look at the posted signs. We need to watch the signals around us. You know, we heard repeatedly, and I've received a lot of correspondence to the effect of, that people live on side streets or in small communities where people accelerate from stop sign to stop sign. People are concerned. One of the presenters at Law Amendments—
Order. The member from Dartmouth South has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that was compelling is she did note that that municipalities do have the power to lower speed limits in certain specific zones, and that would be another amendment that we would introduce. But with respect for a school zone, for instance, we know that children aren't just walking within whatever number of meters from a school that posted speed limit is. Many children's travel, including my own, on foot or bicycle, starts much before that. So this is a common sense amendment. We are just asking, echoing the many advocacy organizations and municipalities in the province in asking that they have the power to do what they have the expertise to do. And with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Shall the amendment carry? No. Oh, wait. Okay. Shall the amendment to subclause 23(4), line 2, carry? No. The amendment is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would again draw the member's attention to CWHB NDP-1, page 19, subclause 23, sub 5, line 2. Again, delete 50 and substitute 30. This would be for consistency with our previous amendment, and all the same arguments would apply. So with that, I'll take my seat.
Does the amendment to subclause 23(5), line 2, carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Does clause 23 carry? Do clauses 24 through 299 carry? Does clause 300 carry? I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Chair, I'd like to draw your attention to CWHB PC1, page 108, add after clause 299 the following clause, 300. The department shall include in the Nova Scotia Driver's Handbook information advising the driver or a passenger in a parked vehicle to open the door of the vehicle with the hand furthest from the handle of the door in order to better spot incoming cyclists. Pages 108 to 124, clauses 300 to 386, renumber as 301 to 387, renumber cross-references accordingly. Madam Chair, the reason for this amendment is a very simple one. Having the opportunity to teach driver education for 12 years, the focus was always on safety with new drivers 16 years of age. And the key word in this amendment is advising. And basically, it's just a little insert into the driver's manual for another safety tool for driver instructors to mention to youngsters learning to drive. So basically, a no-cost factor. It's just an insert and another safety tool for them to use not only in the classroom when they're teaching the theory, but out on the road when they're driving and parking. It's actually it's called the Dutch Reach. It's been used in the Netherlands for the last 50 years, Madam Chair. I've spoken to many cyclists, well, across the province and in Montreal, Vancouver, and Victoria, most of them university students, and to get their opinion about it. And they thought it was a very good one, and they shared some stories with me with regard to with some of their friends having collisions with not only doors being opening on the passenger side, but also on the driver's side. So again, it's just a little safety thing that when you're forced to sort of look to your left or to your right when you're using your opposite hand, you can see someone coming, be it a runner, vehicle, or a cyclist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shall the amendment carry? The amendment is defeated. Shall clause 300 carry? Shall the remaining clauses carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House.
Order, please. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills will now report.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills: Bills 79 and 80 without amendments, Bill 17, which was reported with certain amendments by the Private and Local Bills Committee to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills without further amendments, and the Chairman has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favourable consideration of the House.
Motion carried. Order that these bills be read a third time on a future day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the government's business for today. I move that the House do now rise to meet again tomorrow, Thursday, October 11th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Following the daily routine in QP, business will include the third readings for Bills 17, 79, and 80, followed by address and reply.
Motion is for the House to adjourn to rise again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m.